Welcome, wanderer of the wasteland, to a journey through the first chapter of humanity's struggle after the Great War. Tonight, we explore the complete timeline of Fallout 1 from the world that was, through the nuclear fire that consumed it, to the Vault Dweller's quest across the California wastes in 2161. Settle in, make yourself comfortable, and let your mind drift as we traverse this post-apocalyptic landscape together. There's no need to remember every detail, just let the story of survival, choice, and consequence wash over you like radiation through a Geiger counter's steady clicking. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin our chronicle of the first Fallout. The story of Fallout begins not with the bombs, but with the world that built them. To understand the wasteland, we must first understand what was lost, what choices led humanity to the brink, and how the promise of tomorrow became the guarantee of annihilation. The tale of civilization's end was written decades before October 23rd, 2077, inscribed in policy decisions and resource wars, in corporate greed and nationalist fervor, in the slow accumulation of choices that made nuclear fire feel inevitable rather than unthinkable. The seeds of destruction were planted in the middle of the 21st century, when the comfortable illusion of infinite resources finally shattered against the hard reality of a finite world. Oil reserves that had powered a century of industrial expansion began to run dry. Uranium became scarce. The rare earth elements essential for advanced technology grew difficult to extract. What had once seemed like the birthright of developed nations, endless energy, unlimited growth, perpetual prosperity, revealed itself as temporary luxury built on resources that were always going to end. The resource wars began quietly in the 2050s, not with declarations or formal hostilities, but with economic pressure and proxy conflicts that slowly escalated into open warfare. The European Commonwealth, that ambitious project of continental unity, found itself fracturing as member nations turned on each other in desperate competition for dwindling petroleum reserves. Countries that had spent decades building political and economic integration watched those bonds dissolve in months when survival seemed to require choosing between solidarity and self-interest. The Middle East, that ancient crossroads of civilization, which had found itself sitting atop the world's most valuable resource for over a century, became the focal point of international desperation. Nations that had built their entire economies around oil exports found themselves with nothing to sell as their wells ran dry. The power they had wielded for generations evaporated overnight, leaving behind only the military hardware they had accumulated during their prosperous years. The region descended into warfare that made previous conflicts seem restrained by comparison, with every faction fighting for control of the last productive oil fields, while the rest of the world watched and calculated whether intervention would yield enough resources to justify the cost. Europe tore itself apart from within as the Commonwealth collapsed into its constituent nations, then into smaller territories, then into armed camps, fighting over every scrap of remaining wealth. Cities that had stood for millennia found themselves besieged by neighbors who spoke the same languages and shared the same history, but could no longer afford the luxury of peaceful coexistence. The cultural achievements of centuries meant nothing when measured against barrels of oil or pounds of uranium. Art and philosophy and the dreams of universal human dignity all became casualties of the simple math of survival in a world that no longer had enough to go around. The United Nations, that great post-war experiment in international cooperation, dissolved in 2052 when it became clear that no forum for dialogue could bridge the gap between nations that needed resources and nations that possessed them. The carefully constructed international order of the 20th century, built on assumptions of mutual benefit and enlightened self-interest, proved unable to survive the transition to a world defined by absolute scarcity. without the UN to even pretend at mediation. Conflicts that might have been contained instead spread and intensified, feeding on themselves until half the world seemed to be at war with the other half. The United States watched these international convulsions with growing alarm and calculated its own position in the emerging order. America still possessed resources that much of the world lacked, but those resources were finite, and the demands placed upon them were growing exponentially. Political leaders faced a choice between managing decline gracefully or attempting to secure by force what could no longer be obtained through trade and diplomacy. The choice they made would define the character of America's final decades and ensure that when the end came, it would come with American fingerprints all over the trigger. In 2060, the oil fields of the Middle East finally ran dry. The last barrel of petroleum was extracted from ground that had sustained human civilization's most transformative century, and suddenly the economic order that had structured the world for generations ceased to have any foundation. Stock markets crashed, currencies collapsed, governments fell. The smooth functioning of global trade and international cooperation, which had always depended on cheap energy to move goods around the world, ground to a halt as the cost of transportation became prohibitive for all but the most valuable cargo. Europe, already weakened by years of internecine warfare, fractured completely into warring states. The great cities of European civilization found themselves cut off from each other, each struggling to feed its population with only local agriculture, while dealing with refugees flooding in from rural areas that had become uninhabitable due to contamination from chemical and biological weapons deployed during the resource wars. The continent that had given birth to the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, that had produced the scientific method and representative democracy, descended into a dark age that made the medieval period seem prosperous by comparison. The United States, sensing opportunity in global chaos, began a program of aggressive expansion, justified by the language of security and presented to the American people as defensive necessity. The government that had once proclaimed itself the arsenal of democracy found itself becoming the arsenal of imperial conquest, though the word empire was never used in official communications. Instead, politicians spoke of hemispheric defense and resource security and the American way of life that needed to be protected by any means necessary. The annexation of Mexico came first, in 2061, presented as a partnership agreement that would allow both nations to better manage their shared resources and defend against external threats. The reality, visible to anyone willing to look beyond the propaganda, was military occupation justified by economic desperation. American forces moved into Mexican territory and seized control of what little oil remained in Mexican fields, what uranium could be extracted from Mexican soil, what agricultural capacity could be redirected to feed American cities. The Mexican government protested, then capitulated, then was replaced by a puppet administration that rubber-stamped American demands while Mexican citizens rioted in the streets. But it was the annexation of Canada, beginning in 2069, that revealed most clearly what America had become in its desperation to maintain its standard of living. Canada possessed significant remaining oil reserves in its western provinces, uranium deposits in the north, and vast forests and fresh water that were becoming increasingly precious as climate change made much of the world uninhabitable. The American government looked at these resources and decided that sharing was no longer adequate to meet American needs. Control was required. Total control, enforced by military power and maintained through systematic suppression of Canadian resistance. The invasion, when it came, was sold to the American people as a liberation. Canadian resources were needed for the war effort against China, which had grown increasingly aggressive in the Pacific. Canadians would benefit from American protection and American prosperity. The partnership would be mutually beneficial, a merger of two allied democracies facing common threats. The propaganda machinery of pre-war America excelled at transforming conquest into cooperation, occupation into alliance, theft into trade. The reality, experienced by Canadians, bore no resemblance to the images broadcast on American television. American troops moved into Canadian cities with orders to secure resource extraction facilities and suppress resistance by any means necessary. The rules of engagement, classified and never shown to the American public, authorized lethal force against civilians suspected of sabotage or sedition. The definition of sabotage was expanded to include protests, strikes, or failure to comply immediately with military directives. The definition of sedition covered criticism of the occupation, possession of banned literature, or association with known resistors. The atrocities began almost immediately and continued with systematic regularity throughout the occupation. Families who hid food were executed for hoarding resources needed by American forces. Workers who went on strike to protest conditions were shot for interfering with critical industries. Teachers who refused to implement American curriculum were imprisoned for corrupting Canadian youth. The machinery of oppression operated with bureaucratic precision, each killing justified by regulation and authorized by chain of command, transforming individual acts of violence into state policy. American soldiers, many of them barely older than teenagers, found themselves implementing orders that violated every principle they had been taught about American values and military honor. Some embraced the brutality, finding in sanctioned violence an outlet for impulses that civilization had forced them to suppress. Others turned inward, their souls shrinking away from experiences too horrible to process, seeking refuge in alcohol or drugs, or the emotional numbness that came from treating each day's atrocities as routine rather than exceptional. Still others tried to maintain their humanity through small acts of mercy that provided psychological relief while changing nothing about the systematic nature of the oppression they participated in. The psychological casualties among occupying forces were as numerous as the physical casualties among occupied populations, though less visible and rarely discussed in official reports. Suicide rates among American soldiers in Canada exceeded those of any previous conflict. Substance abuse became endemic. Violent incidents between soldiers increased as men trained to kill found themselves unable to distinguish between enemy combatants and fellow Americans. The military leadership responded not with counseling or rotation home, but with harsher discipline and expanded definitions of acceptable conduct, creating feedback loops where brutalized soldiers brutalized civilians who resisted, which justified further brutalization. Back in America, the citizenry remained largely ignorant of what was being done in their name. News reports showed smiling Canadian workers grateful for American assistance. Propaganda films depicted the annexation as a triumph of cooperation over adversity. Dissenting voices were labeled unpatriotic and faced social ostracism or government investigation. The American capacity for willful ignorance, for believing comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths, for trusting that their government would never betray the values it claimed to embody, allowed the occupation to continue without meaningful domestic opposition. The same pattern played out in Mexico, where American forces maintained order through similar brutality, and in the Pacific territories that America controlled or influenced. Everywhere the American military operated, it left behind populations who had learned to hate what America represented while remaining powerless to resist American demands. The soft power that America had once wielded through cultural exports and economic partnership was replaced by the hard power of military occupation and economic extraction, creating enemies faster than military force could suppress them. While America brutalized its neighbors, it faced growing threats from across the Pacific. The People's Republic of China, having weathered its own resource crisis through ruthless population control and industrial reorientation, emerged as the primary rival to American global dominance. China's government had made different choices in response to scarcity, sacrificing individual liberty and democratic principles in favor of centralized planning and authoritarian control. The result was a nation that remained functional and powerful while much of the world descended into chaos, but which had abandoned any pretense of caring about human rights or international norms. The Sino-American conflict began in 2066 when China invaded Alaska, seeking access to the state's remaining oil reserves and its strategic position controlling northern Pacific shipping routes. The invasion force met fierce resistance from American defenders, but Chinese numerical superiority and willingness to sustain massive casualties allowed them to establish beachheads and begin moving inland. The battle for Alaska would continue for over a decade, becoming a grinding war of attrition that consumed resources both nations could barely afford while accomplishing little beyond demonstrating their mutual hostility. The Anchorage Reclamation, when it finally came in 2077, was celebrated in America as a great victory that pushed Chinese forces out of Alaska and secured American territory. The propaganda value of the victory exceeded its strategic importance, providing American citizens with a triumph to celebrate at a moment when the nation desperately needed good news. The powered armor units deployed at Anchorage represented the cutting edge of American military technology, fusion-powered exoskeletons that turned individual soldiers into walking tanks capable of operating in the most extreme environments while wielding devastating firepower. But even as America celebrated its Alaskan victory, the foundation of American civilization was crumbling from within. The vast military-industrial complex required to sustain global conflicts had transformed the American economy into a war machine that existed only to feed itself. Corporations that had once produced consumer goods now manufactured weapons and military equipment exclusively. Scientific research that might have sought solutions to resource scarcity or climate change was instead directed toward developing more efficient methods of killing. The entire productive capacity of the nation was bent toward maintaining military superiority, even as the society that military was meant to protect became increasingly dysfunctional. American domestic life in the 2070s bore little resemblance to the prosperous security of the 2020s. Rationing was universal, with civilians allocated bare minimum quantities of food, water, and energy, while military needs took absolute priority. Surveillance was omnipresent, with the government monitoring all communication and movement to detect potential saboteurs or defeatists. Dissent was crushed ruthlessly, with protesters often disappearing into detention facilities from which few emerged. The machinery of totalitarianism operated behind a facade of democratic institutions that still technically existed, but no longer exercised meaningful power. The irony that America had become what it claimed to oppose was lost on no one, except those who most needed to see it. Politicians who spoke eloquently about defending freedom oversaw the systematic elimination of civil liberties. Military leaders who praised American values ordered tactics indistinguishable from war crimes. Corporate executives who wrapped themselves in the flag extracted obscene profits from government contracts while their workers struggled to afford basic necessities. The gap between American ideals and American reality had become a chasm that no amount of propaganda could bridge, yet the propaganda continued unabated because acknowledging the truth would have required confronting the monster that America had become. Into this dysfunctional world, corporations offered a solution wrapped in the aesthetics of 1950s optimism and futuristic promise. Vault-Tec, a defense contractor that had risen to prominence through government connections and aggressive marketing, proposed a network of underground shelters that would preserve American civilization through any catastrophe. The vaults would be wonders of engineering, self-contained ecosystems capable of sustaining hundreds of people for generations. Every American would have a place in these shelters, safe from nuclear fire or chemical weapons or whatever horrors the future might hold. For a price, of course. Everything in late-stage American capitalism had a price. The Vault-Tec marketing campaign was a masterpiece of manipulation, combining genuine fear of nuclear annihilation with nostalgia for an America that had never really existed. Advertisements showed happy families enjoying spacious underground apartments, children playing in recreational facilities, scientists working in state-of-the-art laboratories. The vaults were presented not as desperate refuges, but as upgrades to surface living. Communities where American values could be preserved, while the rest of the world tore itself apart. The subtext was clear. Buying a place in a vault meant buying into the fantasy that America's problems were temporary, that normalcy would return, that the arc of history still bent toward prosperity and progress. The reality of the Vault-Tec program was considerably darker than the advertisements suggested. The vaults were indeed marvels of engineering, capable of sustaining life underground for extended periods, but they were never designed primarily as shelters. They were designed as laboratories, sealed environments where human beings could be subjected to controlled experiments without ethical oversight or the possibility of escape. Vault-Tec had made a deal with the government to conduct research into social engineering, psychological manipulation, genetic modification, and various other forms of human experimentation under the cover of building shelters. Each vault was designed around a specific experiment. Some were control vaults that operated exactly as advertised, providing baseline data against which the experimental vaults could be measured. Others were subjected to carefully designed stresses and variables. Overcrowding, isolation, conflicting authority structures, exposure to radiation or drugs, or subliminal messaging. The vault dwellers would be unwitting test subjects, their reactions recorded and analyzed by systems built into the vault infrastructure. Vault-Tec scientists would learn what combinations of environmental and social factors produce desired outcomes: compliance, creativity, aggression, reproduction, whatever the experiment aimed to test. The ethical horror of this arrangement was exceeded only by its bureaucratic mundanity. The scientists who designed these experiments were not cartoon villains cackling over human suffering, but professionals doing their jobs, filing reports, and attending meetings and collecting paychecks. The government officials who approved the program convinced themselves that the knowledge gained would be valuable for future colonization efforts or social planning. The corporate executives who profited from vault construction probably never even thought about the human beings who would be sealed inside. The systematic planning of human experimentation on a massive scale proceeded through normal channels with standard procedures, proving that the capacity for evil requires neither malice nor madness, but merely ordinary people, following ordinary incentives in an extraordinary situation. While Vault-Tec prepared its underground laboratories, other corporations pursued their own projects with similar disregard for human welfare or ethical constraints. West-Tec, a defense contractor specializing in biological and chemical weapons, developed what would become the most consequential invention of the pre-war period: the forced evolutionary virus, Initially designated the Pan-Immunity Virion Project, the goal was to create a virus that would enhance human immune systems, making American soldiers resistant to the biological and chemical weapons that adversaries might deploy. The military applications were obvious, and the potential benefits seemed to justify aggressive research timelines. The FEV project began with simple organisms, testing whether the virus could enhance resistance to disease and environmental stress in flatworms and mice. Early results were promising, showing not only improved immunity, but unexpected enhancements in size, strength, and in some cases, cognitive function. West Tech researchers expanded their experiments to larger animals, dogs, primates, eventually subjects that the official records did not identify by species, but which represented the logical next step in research aimed at human enhancement. The virus worked as intended in the sense that it did enhance immunity and physical capabilities in test subjects. The problem was that it also caused dramatic physical mutations, aggressive behavioral changes, and in many cases psychological instability or mental deterioration. The research animals that survived the transformation often became violent and had to be destroyed. Others lost cognitive function entirely, becoming powerful but mindless creatures driven only by base instincts. The trade-off seemed unacceptable for human application, but the military saw potential in creating super soldiers who would be physically superior to any enemy, even if they lost some intellectual capacity or emotional control in the process. The FEV research was relocated to Mariposa Military Base in California, a remote facility where security could be maintained and experiments could be conducted away from public scrutiny. Captain Roger Maxson and his men were assigned to provide security for the facility, though they were not initially informed about the nature of the research they were protecting. That ignorance would not last long. As the experiments progressed and scientists grew more desperate for results, the nature of their work became impossible to conceal from the soldiers, who saw the test subjects being delivered and heard the screams echoing through the facility. Maxson began asking questions that the scientists could not answer satisfactorily. What exactly were they researching? Why were the security protocols so extreme? What were the ethical guidelines governing the experiments? The evasiveness of the responses convinced Maxson that something deeply wrong was happening at Mariposa, and his military training in unconventional warfare had taught him to trust his instincts when something seemed wrong. He began conducting his own investigation, gathering evidence and questioning his men about what they had observed. The confrontation came in October of 2077, just days before the Great War, when Maxson arrested the chief scientist and demanded answers. Under interrogation, the scientist revealed the true nature of the FEV project, human experimentation without consent, using prisoners and other subjects who were exposed to the virus and studied as they transformed or died. The revelation that Maxson and his men had been unknowingly complicit in human experimentation that violated every code of military justice and medical ethics pushed the captain past the breaking point. Maxson shot the scientist and declared that his unit was seceding from the United States Army. In a radio transmission to his superiors, he explained that he and his men would no longer follow orders from a government that authorized such atrocities. They were prepared to defend the base against any attempt to retake it by force, and they demanded investigation and accountability for what had been done at Mariposa. The response they expected never came. The military commanders, who should have immediately moved to suppress this rebellion instead, remained silent, either because they were dealing with more pressing matters, or because the world was about to end and none of it would matter anyway. 2 days after Maxson's rebellion, the bombs fell. The Great War that humanity had been preparing for, that had justified decades of atrocity and oppression and sacrifice, finally arrived. not with warning or declaration, but with sudden, simultaneous launches from multiple nations that had concluded the only way to avoid losing was to strike first. China launched at America, America launched at China, and other nations launched at their regional rivals, creating a cascade of nuclear exchanges that circled the globe in the span of 2 hours. The morning of October 23rd, 2077 began like any other morning in America, with citizens rising to face another day of rationing and surveillance and propaganda. By noon, civilization had ended. The nuclear warheads that fell on American cities had been specifically designed to maximize destruction. Airbursts to create maximum overpressure and thermal radiation, ground bursts to generate fallout, specialized weapons to destroy hardened military installations. The strikes were coordinated to hit major population centers, military bases, industrial facilities, and government installations, decapitating American leadership, while annihilating the industrial capacity to respond. The people in the target zones died instantly, vaporized by temperatures exceeding the surface of the sun, or crushed by overpressure that liquefied flesh and pulverized bone. They were the fortunate ones. Those in the periphery of the blast zone suffered burns over their entire bodies, radiation exposure that would kill them slowly over days or weeks, and injuries from debris and structural collapse that would prove fatal without medical attention that was never coming. The survivors in areas not directly targeted faced different horrors. The breakdown of all infrastructure, the contamination of air and water and soil, the radiation sickness that would claim most of them before winter arrived. The vaults, when they sealed, preserved roughly 100,000 Americans from the immediate effects of nuclear war. Vault-Tech's engineering proved adequate to the task of protecting their inhabitants from radiation and blast effects, though many vaults experienced technical failures that killed their populations through exposure or system collapse. The vaults that did function correctly created islands of survival in a sea of death, sealed ecosystems where human beings waited for the surface to become habitable again, while unknowingly participating in the experiments that Vault-Tech had designed for them. The world that emerged from the nuclear fire bore little resemblance to what had been destroyed. 2 hours of nuclear exchange had released enough radioactive material to poison the biosphere for generations. The immediate death toll was measured in billions. The subsequent deaths from starvation, disease, exposure, and violence likely exceeded the immediate casualties. Civilization, that fragile construction of social cooperation and shared infrastructure, collapsed completely in most regions. The survivors found themselves in a new dark age where every day was a struggle for basic survival, and every choice was measured against the simple calculus of staying alive one more day. The irony that humanity had spent its final decades fighting over resources that no longer mattered was lost on no one capable of contemplating such abstractions. The oil that nations had gone to war over was useless without refineries and engines, and the complex industrial base required to extract value from petroleum, the uranium that had been hoarded as strategic material, now saturated the environment as fallout. The wealth that corporations had accumulated existed only as numbers in computers that would never boot again. All the things that people had thought mattered, money, status, national borders, ideological differences, revealed themselves as abstractions that could not survive contact with the concrete reality of nuclear apocalypse. And in the darkness of Vault 13, sealed beneath the California desert, the inhabitants settled into the routines that would sustain them through 84 years of isolation. They did not know that their vault was one of the control vaults, designed to stay sealed for 200 years as a baseline against which other experiments could be measured. They did not know that Vault-Tech had engineered their salvation as part of a corporate experiment. They knew only that the world above had ended, and that their job was to survive underground until someone in authority told them it was safe to return to the surface. That day would not come for decades, and when it finally did, it would not be authority that sent them forth, but necessity and the failure of a single component in their water purification system. The vault door sealed on October 23, 2077, its massive gear-toothed mechanism grinding into place with mechanical finality that severed 100 residents of Vault 13 from the world they had known. The sound echoed through the entry chamber, a deep reverberating thud that marked the boundary between before and after, between the world of sunlight and surface wind and the world of recycled air and artificial illumination that would become their entire universe for the foreseeable future. That sound, that final closing, would be remembered by every person present in ways both traumatic and reassuring. The moment when safety was purchased at the cost of everything familiar. The inhabitants of Vault 13 were not a representative sample of humanity, but a carefully selected cross-section that Vault-Tec had assembled, according to criteria that were never fully explained to the residents themselves. They were professionals and laborers, families and individuals, people with technical skills that would be useful in maintaining the Vault's systems, and people with social skills that would help maintain order and morale. They had paid for their spots or been selected through lotteries or employment connections or various other mechanisms that Vault-Tec had used to fill its shelters. What they shared was the simple fortune of being chosen for survival when most of humanity was left to die on the surface. The first days underground were characterized by a psychological numbness that affected everyone regardless of their previous preparation or mental fortitude. The knowledge that the world above had been destroyed, that everyone not sealed in the vaults was likely dead or dying, that civilization had ended in the span of a few hours, was too enormous to process fully. People moved through the motions of settling into their vault assignments with mechanical efficiency, following the orientation procedures that Vault-Tec staff had drilled into them during the final weeks before the bombs fell. But their minds struggled to accept that this was reality rather than some elaborate civil defense drill that would eventually end with the door opening and everyone returning to their normal lives. The vault itself was a marvel of pre-war engineering, though its residents were too traumatized to appreciate the technical achievements that made their survival possible. The main atrium stretched 3 stories high, ringed with residential levels and common areas that had been designed with psychological comfort in mind, even while maintaining the utilitarian functionality that survival demanded. The walls were painted in soothing blues and greys that were meant to prevent the claustrophobia that would naturally develop in a sealed environment. The lighting was carefully calibrated to mimic natural day-night cycles, though the absence of actual sunlight was something that could be felt rather than seen, an intangible wrongness that no amount of engineering could fully eliminate. The residential quarters were small but adequate, private spaces where families could retreat from the communal life that would dominate Vault existence. Each apartment contained sleeping areas, basic furniture, storage for personal possessions that residents had been allowed to bring underground. The standardization was absolute and intentional, preventing the development of visible class distinctions that might breed resentment in a closed community where social cohesion was essential for survival. Everyone lived in similar spaces, ate the same food, wore the same vault suits, participated in the same work assignments. Equality through uniformity, comfort through conformity. The technical areas that kept the vault functioning were concentrated in the lower levels, away from residential spaces where their noise and heat might prove disruptive. The reactor that provided power was a compact fusion unit that could theoretically operate for centuries without refueling, drawing energy from the same atomic principles that had just destroyed the world above. The water processing system that would eventually fail was located here, a complex array of filters and purifiers and recyclers that transformed wastewater into potable supply, closing the loop of consumption and excretion that would otherwise be impossible in a sealed environment. The air handling systems that scrubbed carbon dioxide and maintained oxygen levels operated constantly, their fans and filters working tirelessly to ensure that the atmosphere remained breathable. The social structure that developed in Vault 13 reflected both the egalitarian intentions of its design and the inevitable human tendency to create hierarchies even in the most controlled environments. The Overseer, appointed by Vault Tech before the ceiling, held ultimate authority over Vault operations and served as final arbiter of disputes and decisions. Below the Overseer were department heads responsible for maintenance, medical services, food production, education, and security. Below them were the ordinary residents who performed the daily labor that kept the vault running, repairing equipment, tending hydroponic gardens, teaching children, monitoring systems, all the unglamorous work that life required even underground. The Overseer of Vault 13 was a man who had never expected to actually fulfill the role he had been appointed to during the final weeks before the war. He had agreed to serve partly out of civic duty, partly out of the comfortable assumption that the vaults were elaborate insurance policies that would never need to be claimed, that nuclear war was too unthinkable for anyone to actually initiate. The reality of finding himself responsible for 100 lives in a sealed environment, with no higher authority to appeal to, and no external resources to draw upon, weighed on him in ways that no amount of Vault Tech training had prepared him for. Every decision he made would ripple through the entire community. Every mistake could prove fatal. The burden of that responsibility never lightened, only became more familiar with time. The first year underground was the hardest, psychologically, though later years would bring their own different challenges. The residents struggled with grief for lost loved ones, anxiety about the future, depression from confinement, and the thousand small frustrations of living in constant proximity to the same people without privacy or escape. Marriages strained under pressures that normal life would have allowed couples to manage through temporary separation or individual pursuits. Children acted out in ways that reflected the ambient stress their parents tried to hide. The elderly suffered disproportionately, their bodies struggling to adapt to the artificial environment, while their minds fixated on the world they had lost. But humans are remarkably adaptable creatures, capable of normalizing almost any circumstance given sufficient time and necessity. The routines of vault life that had seemed strange and oppressive during the first months gradually became simply the way things were. People stopped thinking constantly about the surface and began focusing on their immediate lives underground. Friendships formed based on work assignments and shared interests. Couples married and planned families despite uncertainty about the future. Children were born who would have no memory of the world before the bombs, for whom the vault was not a refuge but simply home. The birth rate in Vault 13 was carefully managed through social pressure and resource allocation rather than explicit policy, though the Overseer's guidance on family planning was understood by all residents to carry the weight of law even when presented as suggestion. The Vault's life support systems could sustain approximately 150 people at full capacity, which provided some margin for population growth, but not enough to allow unrestricted reproduction. Couples who wanted children needed to consider not only their own readiness for parenthood, but also the community's capacity to support additional residents. Most understood and accepted this constraint without resentment, recognizing that survival in a closed system required sacrifices that would have been unthinkable on the surface. The education system that developed for Vault-born children emphasized technical skills and social cohesion in equal measure. The curriculum covered mathematics, science, engineering, and medicine alongside history, literature, and ethics. The children learned about the world before the war through textbooks and holotapes that preserved knowledge of civilization that no longer existed. They learned practical skills like equipment maintenance, hydroponics, cultivation, and water chemistry that would enable them to contribute to vault operations as they matured. But they also learned the social values that Vault Tech had built into the Vault program: cooperation over competition, community over individualism, survival over comfort. The work assignments that structured adult life in the Vault were rotated periodically to prevent burnout and maintain cross-training that would be essential if key personnel died or became incapacitated. Everyone learned basic maintenance, basic medical care, basic food production. Specialization was encouraged for those with aptitude in critical areas, but the underlying principle was that every resident should be capable of performing essential functions, even if those functions were normally someone else's responsibility. The system created a workforce that was flexible and resilient, but also one where individual expertise and achievement were subordinated to communal competence. The hydroponics bays that provided the bulk of the Vault's food supply were engineering marvels that transformed electricity and processed nutrients into edible plant matter with efficiency that would have seemed impossible to pre-industrial farmers. The crops were limited to species that grew quickly and provided maximum nutritional value per square meter: tomatoes, lettuce, beans, wheat, soybeans. The diet was monotonous but adequate, supplemented by stored supplies that Vault Tech had stockpiled before the sealing. Meat was a rarity consumed only on special occasions, produced in tissue culture vats that grew protein without the inefficiency of actual animals. The taste was acceptable but not quite right in ways that people struggled to articulate. Another small wrongness that was simply accepted as the price of survival. The medical bay was equipped to handle routine health issues and minor emergencies, but lacked the specialized equipment and pharmaceutical supplies that would be needed for serious illnesses or complex procedures. The Vault's doctor, a general practitioner who had specialized in family medicine before the war, found himself forced to expand his expertise through reference materials and trial and error. Broken bones could be set. Infections could be treated with antibiotics from the pharmacy. Routine illnesses could be managed, but cancer, heart disease, complicated births, and major trauma often exceeded the Vault's medical capacity. The death rate from treatable conditions was higher than it would have been on the surface before the war, but lower than it would have been on the surface after the bombs fell. The entertainment and recreation that kept the Vault's residents sane during decades of confinement was cobbled together from pre-war materials and Vault-created diversions. The Vault library contained thousands of books, both physical volumes and digital files accessible through terminal screens. Films and television shows preserved on holotape provided windows into the world that had been destroyed, though watching them became increasingly surreal as the gap between Vault reality and surface memory widened. Games were played, both pre-war board games and card games, and new diversions invented by bored residents who found creative outlets in their constrained circumstances. The social gatherings that marked holidays and birthdays and anniversaries provided structure and celebration that helped maintain morale and community bonds. The psychological strain of confinement manifested differently in different people, though everyone experienced some form of it regardless of their baseline mental health or coping mechanisms. Claustrophobia affected many residents despite the Vault's relatively spacious design, triggering panic attacks or generalized anxiety that could only be managed rather than cured. Depression was endemic, particularly among those who had lost families on the surface or who struggled with the meaninglessness that came from lives reduced to mere survival without larger purpose. Interpersonal conflicts escalated more quickly than they would have on the surface, where people could escape each other through physical distance or temporary separation. The Vault's security personnel spent more time mediating disputes and managing social tensions than dealing with actual criminal behavior. The religious and philosophical questions that the Vault situation raised were debated endlessly in informal discussions and formal gatherings organized by residents who needed to find meaning in their circumstances. Some found comfort in traditional faiths, interpreting their survival as divine providence and their confinement as a test of faith that would eventually be rewarded. Others rejected religious frameworks entirely, seeing their situation as evidence that no benevolent deity watched over humanity's affairs. Still, others created new philosophical systems that attempted to reconcile the randomness of their survival with the human need to believe that existence had purpose beyond mere continuation. The political tensions that developed in the Vault were mostly sublimated beneath the autocratic authority of the Overseer, but they existed nonetheless in quiet conversations and unstated factions. Some residents believed that the Vault should prepare for eventual emergence and focus its efforts on preserving knowledge and skills that would be needed to rebuild civilization. Others argued that emergence might never be possible and that the Vault should optimize its systems for permanent underground existence. Still others whispered that perhaps they should attempt to make contact with other Vaults or surface survivors, though the Overseer firmly rejected any such initiatives as too dangerous given unknown conditions outside. The children born in the Vault grew up with a fundamentally different relationship to their environment than those who remembered the surface. For the first generation born underground, the Vault was not a prison but simply the world as it existed. They could not miss sunshine they had never felt, or wind they had never experienced. The open sky was an abstract concept from books, rather than a remembered sensation. Their development proceeded normally in most respects, but their psychology reflected their constrained environment in subtle ways that worried the Vault's adults. They were comfortable with authority, accepting of routine, risk-averse in ways that suggested they had internalized the dangers of their situation. They would make excellent Vault dwellers but might struggle to adapt to surface conditions if emergence ever became possible. The technology that sustained Vault life was maintained through a combination of automated systems, detailed maintenance schedules, and the accumulated expertise of residents who had been trained in Vault operations. The Pip-Boy personal computers that every resident received upon reaching maturity served as interfaces to the Vault's central network, providing access to educational materials, work assignments, communication systems, and entertainment. The terminals scattered throughout the Vault allowed residents to check resource levels, submit maintenance requests, or leave messages for each other. The technology was robust and user-friendly, designed by Vault Tech to be maintained by people with basic technical skills rather than specialized engineers. But even the most robust technology eventually breaks down when pushed beyond its design parameters or maintained beyond its intended lifespan. Vault Tech had engineered the Vaults to last for generations, but their definition of generations was based on assumptions about usage patterns and maintenance cycles that did not perfectly match reality. Components wore out, systems degraded. The replacement parts stockpiled before the ceiling were finite resources that could not be replenished. Every repair used materials that would not be available for future repairs. Every jury-rigged solution to a problem created potential points of failure elsewhere in the system. The Vault's technical staff performed miracles of improvisation and innovation to keep everything running, but they understood better than anyone that they were fighting a losing battle against entropy. The water purification system was particularly complex and particularly critical, combining mechanical filtration, chemical treatment, and biological processes to transform waste into potability. The system had been designed with redundancy, multiple parallel processing streams that could be individually maintained or replaced without shutting down the entire facility. But redundancy only helps when replacement parts are available, and by the 80th year of Vault operation, many of those replacement parts had already been cannibalized to keep other systems running. The water chips that controlled the purification process were sealed units that could not be repaired, only replaced. When they failed, the only option was to install a new one from the stockpile that Vault Tech had provided. The community that existed in Vault 13 after 8 decades of isolation bore little resemblance to the group that had sealed themselves underground in 2077. None of the original residents remained alive. The people who had known the surface world before the bombs had died of old age or illness, taking with them direct memories of what had been lost. The vault was now populated entirely by people who had been born underground, whose understanding of the surface came from stories and recordings rather than experience. They knew intellectually that they were living in a shelter from a catastrophe, but emotionally and practically, the vault was simply their world, the only world they had ever known or expected to know. The culture that had developed over those 80 years was distinctly vault culture, different from the surface society it had originated from in ways both subtle and profound. The residents spoke the same language, but with vocabulary and idioms that reflected their unique environment. Their social norms emphasized cooperation and conformity more strongly than pre-war American culture had. Their sense of humor was drier, their emotional expression more restrained, their tolerance for conflict lower. They had become a people shaped by their circumstances, adapted to life in a closed system, where individual desires had to be subordinated to collective survival. The historical knowledge that the vault preserved about the world before the bombs was extensive but increasingly abstract to people who had never experienced that world. The residents understood intellectually that cities had once contained millions of people, that humans had once traveled freely across continents, that technology had enabled lives of comfort and choice that would seem like fantasy to vault dwellers. But this knowledge existed in their minds the way knowledge of ancient Rome or medieval Europe existed for pre-war people. Interesting, but not really relevant to daily life, historical curiosities rather than lived experiences that shaped identity and worldview. The December of 2161 began like every other December in Vault 13's 84-year history, with residents preparing for holiday celebrations that had become traditions disconnected from their original surface meanings. The children anticipated gifts and special meals. The adults prepared decorations and organized gatherings. The technical staff maintained their regular schedules, monitoring systems and performing maintenance with the same diligence they brought to every day. Nothing suggested that this December would be different from the 83 that had preceded it, that the comfortable routines of vault life were about to be shattered by a failure that would force one of them to venture into the unknown world beyond the vault door. The water chip failure on December 5th was not dramatic or sudden, but rather the culmination of gradual degradation that the technical staff had been monitoring and trying to manage for months. The chip had been experiencing intermittent errors, temporary malfunctions that cleared themselves and allowed the system to continue operating. The maintenance logs showed increasing frequency of these errors, suggesting that complete failure was approaching, but without indicating when exactly it would occur. The technical staff had discussed the situation with the overseer, requesting permission to install a replacement chip proactively before failure occurred. The overseer had delayed, hoping the existing chip would continue functioning, while he wrestled with the implications of using one of their finite number of replacement chips. When the chip finally failed completely, shutting down the primary water purification stream and forcing the vault to rely on backup systems that were not designed for continuous operation, the decision could no longer be postponed. The overseer ordered the technical staff to inventory their remaining replacement chips, expecting to find at least one unit that could be installed immediately. The inventory revealed what the overseer had feared, but hoped would not be true. The replacement chips had all been used years earlier, installed in other systems, or cannibalized for parts to keep critical equipment functioning. The vault had no spare water chips. The backup purification systems could sustain the population for perhaps 5 months, maybe slightly longer, with strict rationing. After that, the water supply would fail, and the vault's residents would die of thirst unless a solution could be found. The overseer faced a decision that no amount of vault tech training had prepared him for. He could seal the vault and hope that someone would last long enough for the systems to somehow repair themselves, or for help to arrive from outside. Though both options seemed like denial rather than planning, he could attempt to fabricate a replacement chip using the vault's limited manufacturing capabilities, though the technical staff assured him that the chips were too complex to be duplicated without equipment they did not possess. Or he could send someone outside to search for a replacement chip from another vault or pre-war facility, gambling that such facilities still existed and could be reached before the backup systems failed. The calculation was brutal in its simplicity. 150 days until water rationing became necessary. Perhaps 150 days total before the backup systems failed completely and people started dying. Enough time for someone to search the surrounding area, if they moved quickly and if they knew where to look. Not enough time for extensive exploration or for recovering from serious setbacks. The margin of error was minimal. The stakes were total. Success meant the vault survived. Failure meant everyone died. The selection of who would be sent to retrieve the water chip required careful consideration of multiple factors that the overseer weighed with the gravity appropriate to choosing who would risk their life for the community. The candidate needed to be physically capable of surviving outside, young enough to endure hardship but mature enough to make sound decisions. They needed technical knowledge sufficient to identify and extract a water chip from whatever location held one. They needed social skills to interact with any surface survivors they might encounter, whether friendly or hostile. They needed to be someone the vault could afford to lose if the mission failed, but someone capable enough that failure was not inevitable. The overseer's choice fell on a resident who met these criteria as well as anyone in the vault could. Someone who had shown aptitude in multiple areas during their education and work assignments. Someone who was well regarded by the community but not essential to any critical system. Someone young enough to adapt to surface conditions but old enough to be trusted with authority and resources. The selection was presented not as volunteering but as assignment, removing the psychological burden of choice while making clear that refusal was not an option. The vault needed this mission to succeed, and the chosen candidate would carry the hopes and survival of everyone they had ever known on their shoulders as they walked through that massive door into the unknown. The preparation for departure was minimal because the vault had nothing to spare and little knowledge of what would actually be needed outside. The Vault Dweller, as they would come to be known in the wasteland, was equipped with a Pip-Boy personal computer that would serve as map, inventory system, and connection to vault systems. They received a vault suit that provided some protection against environmental hazards, while marking them unmistakably as Vault Dweller to anyone who saw them. They were given a small supply of water and food, a basic pistol with limited ammunition, a few stim packs and medical supplies. It was equipment suitable for perhaps a week of careful exploration. Not enough for the journey that actually awaited them, but the vault could not afford to give more. The Overseer's final briefing before the vault door opened was intended to be encouraging, but succeeded mainly in conveying the desperate nature of their situation. He provided what information the vault had about the surrounding area, which amounted to pre-war maps and vague vault tech documentation about other installations that might exist nearby. He explained that Vault 15, located to the northeast, was the most likely source of a replacement water chip. He emphasized the time limit: 150 days to find the chip and return, or everyone in Vault 13 would die. The weight of that responsibility settled on the Vault Dweller like a physical burden, heavier than the pack they carried, more substantial than the pistol at their side. The vault door opened for the first time in 84 years with the same grinding mechanical certainty that had sealed it in 2077. The sound echoed through the entry chamber, but where it had once marked the closing of the old world, it now marked the opening of possibility that the residents had almost forgotten existed. Beyond the door lay not safety but danger, not certainty but unknown. Not the comfortable routines of vault life, but the harsh realities of a world transformed by nuclear fire. The Vault Dweller stood at the threshold between the only world they had ever known and a wasteland they had only read about in history books, understanding that crossing that threshold would change them in ways they could not predict or control. The last sight they saw, before stepping into the wasteland, was the faces of their fellow Vault Dwellers. People they had known their entire life, friends and family and neighbors whose survival now depended on their success. The pressure of that responsibility was crushing, but it was also clarifying, providing purpose that transcended fear or uncertainty. They were not exploring for curiosity or adventure, but for survival, not seeking glory but preventing extinction. The quest was simple, even if the journey would prove complex. Find a water chip, return to the vault, save everyone they loved. Everything else was detail. And then they stepped through the door into the California wasteland, leaving behind the blue and grey walls of Vault 13 for the harsh reds and browns of a desert transformed by radiation and time. The door sealed behind them with the same mechanical finality it had demonstrated 8 decades earlier, and they were alone in a way that no Vault Dweller had been alone in generations. No walls surrounded them. No recycled air flowed past them. No familiar faces watched them. Above them stretched an open sky that seemed impossibly vast after a lifetime of ceilings and corridors. Before them lay the wasteland, deadly and strange and full of possibilities both terrible and hopeful. The vigil that had protected Vault 13 for 84 years had ended. The quest that would determine whether it survived for another day had begun. The Vault Dweller walked into the desert with water for a week, supplies for less, and the weight of 150 lives measuring every step they took into the unknown. The first sensation that struck the Vault Dweller upon emerging from Vault 13 was not visual but tactile, the dry heat of the California desert wrapping around them like a physical presence after a lifetime of temperature-controlled corridors. The air itself felt different from the recycled atmosphere of the vault, carrying scents that had no names in their vocabulary. Sun-baked sand, desiccated vegetation, the faint mineral tang of radiation that permeated everything in the wasteland. The sky above stretched impossibly wide and blue, a vast emptiness that created vertigo in someone accustomed to ceilings that were never more than a few meters overhead. The landscape that surrounded them bore little resemblance to the pre-war California preserved in vault educational materials. Where there should have been forests and grasslands, the Vault Dweller saw only desert punctuated by the skeletal remains of pre-war civilization. Rusted metal structures jutted from the sand like bones of enormous creatures, their original purposes obscured by decades of decay and erosion. The roads that had once connected cities and towns were still visible as darker lines across the landscape, but their surfaces had broken and cracked under the combined assault of weather and neglect, creating obstacle courses rather than pathways. Nothing moved in the immediate vicinity except the heat shimmer rising from sand and stone, creating illusions of water where only desolation existed. The Pip-Boy on the Vault Dweller's wrist displayed a map that showed their position relative to Vault 15's last known coordinates, a distance of perhaps 30 kilometers to the northeast. The journey that would have taken less than an hour by pre-war vehicle would now require days of walking through hostile terrain with limited supplies and no guarantee that anything would be found at the destination. The weight of the pack, which had seemed manageable inside the vault, quickly revealed itself as poorly distributed and insufficient for extended travel. The pistol at their hip provided psychological comfort, but represented only 15 rounds between them and whatever dangers the wasteland contained. The first hours of walking established a pattern that would characterize the journey to come, periods of monotonous trudging through empty landscape, punctuated by moments of acute awareness, when something moved or made sound in the distance. The Vault Dweller's senses, adapted to the controlled environment of the vault, struggled to process the overwhelming sensory input of the wasteland. Every shadow might conceal a threat, every sound might herald danger. The paranoia was exhausting but necessary, a price of survival in an environment where complacency meant death. The radiation that saturated the wasteland was invisible but omnipresent, measured by the Geiger counter, integrated into the Pip-Boy through clicks that provided constant audio reminder of the contamination. The background radiation was manageable, not immediately dangerous, but accumulating over time in ways that would eventually prove harmful without treatment. The Vault Dweller understood radiation academically from Vault education, knew about RADs and REMs, and the biological damage that ionizing particles inflicted on living tissue, but the abstract knowledge was different from the concrete reality of walking through an environment where every breath drew contaminated particles into lungs. Every step kicked up radioactive dust that settled on skin and clothing. The discovery of Shady Sands came not through careful navigation but through fortunate accident. The Vault Dweller spotting the settlement from a ridge overlooking the small valley where it had been established. The sight of human habitation after hours of empty wasteland produced an emotional response that surprised them with its intensity, relief, curiosity, hope, and fear mixing together in ways they struggled to articulate. The settlement was small, perhaps 15 or 20 structures built from salvaged materials and adobe, surrounded by crude walls that would deter animals but not determined human attackers. Smoke rose from cooking fires, and the distant sound of voices carried across the sand. First human voices the Vault Dweller had heard since leaving the vault. The approach to Shady Sands required conscious decision about presentation and intention. Walking into a fortified settlement with a weapon visible might be interpreted as hostile, but approaching completely unarmed might mark them as victim rather than visitor. The vault suit they wore was distinctive and would immediately identify them as someone unusual. Someone from before the war perhaps, someone with resources that others might covet. The choice to holster the pistol, but keep it accessible, represented a compromise between threatening and vulnerable, a signal that they came peacefully but were not defenseless. The guards at the settlement's entrance were young men carrying improvised spears and wearing leather armor that looked more decorative than functional. Their posture suggested nervousness rather than confidence, the bearing of people playing at security rather than professionals who had seen combat. The questions they asked were straightforward. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want here? The Vault Dweller's answers were carefully calibrated to be truthful without being complete, explaining that they came from a shelter to the south, that they were searching for supplies, that they meant no harm to the settlement or its people. The guards conferred briefly before deciding that the stranger could enter but would be watched, that causing trouble would result in immediate expulsion, or worse, Shady Sands revealed itself as a community of perhaps 80 people, most of them living in conditions that would have seemed primitive even before the war, but which represented stability and security in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The settlement had been built around a working well that provided clean water, the foundation of any permanent habitation in the desert. Fields of crops grew in careful rows, tended by workers who understood that their survival depended on successful harvests. Brahmin, those two-headed cattle that had become the wasteland's primary livestock, grazed in pens near the settlement's edge, providing meat and milk and labor for people who had relearned agriculture without machines or chemical fertilizers. The people of Shady Sands were descended from Vault 15's population, refugees who had fled when their vault collapsed or was overrun by raiders sometime in the decades following the war. They had brought with them knowledge of organization and technology that separated them from the purely nomadic survivors who dominated much of the wasteland. They understood crop rotation and water management. They could read and write. They maintained simple tools and weapons through basic metallurgy. They were civilization rebuilding itself from almost nothing. And while their achievements might seem modest compared to pre-war standards, they represented extraordinary success in an environment that killed most of those who attempted to survive in it. The settlement's social structure reflected both Vault heritage and adaptation to wasteland realities. Aradesh, the founder and informal leader, was an elderly man who had been among the original Vault 15 refugees. His authority derived from respect, earned through decades of fair leadership, rather than force or hereditary right. He consulted with other senior members of the community when making important decisions, and those decisions were generally accepted without the need for enforcement, because everyone understood that cooperation was essential for survival. The informal democracy that governed Shady Sands was fragile and depended heavily on Aradesh's personality, but it worked well enough to keep the community functioning and growing. The Vault Dwellers' arrival generated curiosity rather than suspicion once the initial wariness faded. The residents of Shady Sands had limited contact with outsiders beyond occasional traders and the persistent threat from raiders, and the appearance of someone from a functioning vault raised questions about what else might still exist in the wasteland, what other pockets of pre-war civilization might have survived. The questions came in the form of casual conversation rather than formal interrogation. Where exactly was your vault? How many people lived there? What supplies did you have? Had you seen other vaults or settlements? The Vault Dweller answered carefully, providing information that satisfied curiosity without revealing details that might make Vault 13 a target for raiders or desperate refugees. Tandi, Aradesh's daughter, represented the first generation born entirely in the wasteland, people who had no memory of Vault life and knew only the harsh realities of survival in the desert. She was young, perhaps 20 years old, with the restless energy of someone who felt confined by the small world of Shady Sands and dreamed of adventure beyond the settlement's walls. Her conversations with the Vault Dweller revealed both naivety about the wasteland's dangers and genuine courage about facing unknown challenges. She spoke of wanting to see other settlements, to travel to the Hub or maybe even the Boneyard, to experience the wider world rather than spending her entire life in the same small valley. Aradesh's protectiveness toward his daughter was understandable, but also stifling, creating tensions that would eventually require resolution. The practical assistance that Shady Sands could offer the Vault Dweller was limited but valuable. The settlement had no water chip, but the residents knew of Vault 15's location and could confirm it had been abandoned for years, overrun by raiders who had since claimed it as a base. They could provide food to supplement the Vault Dwellers' dwindling supplies and offer information about the surrounding area where water could be found, which areas were particularly radioactive, What creatures posed the greatest dangers? Most valuably, they introduced the concept of caps as currency in the wasteland, those bottle caps from pre-war beverages that had somehow become the standard medium of exchange among survivors who needed something more portable and standardized than pure barter. The rad scorpion problem that afflicted Shady Sands represented the kind of threat that small settlements faced constantly in the wasteland. The creatures were mutated scorpions, grown to enormous size through radiation and forced evolutionary virus exposure, aggressive predators whose venom could kill an adult human in minutes without treatment. They had established a nest near the settlement and were attacking people who ventured too far from the walls, particularly those working in the fields. The town's doctor was attempting to develop an antivenom but needed a scorpion tail to synthesize it, and no one in the settlement was equipped or willing to venture into the nest to retrieve one. The Vault Dwellers' decision to help with the rad scorpion problem was motivated by multiple factors that extended beyond simple altruism. Eliminating the threat would earn goodwill with Shady Sands and might result in material compensation or useful information. The combat experience would be valuable, testing capabilities against a real threat rather than vault training simulations. Most importantly, the settlement's survival mattered, not just for humanitarian reasons, but for practical ones. Shady Sands represented a potential supply point and safe haven for the return journey to Vault 13, and ensuring its continued existence served the Vault Dwellers' interests as much as the settlements. The Rad Scorpion Cave was located a short distance from Shady Sands, a natural formation that the creatures had expanded into a maze of tunnels and chambers. The approach required caution and noise discipline, moving slowly enough to avoid triggering the scorpion's vibrational sense while maintaining awareness of multiple potential threats. The Vault Dwellers' training in the Vault had emphasized theoretical knowledge over practical application, and the gap between reading about combat and actually facing lethal enemies became immediately apparent. The pistol that had seemed adequate in the abstract revealed itself as barely sufficient when confronting creatures whose chitinous armor could deflect small caliber rounds. The first rad scorpion encountered was a young one, perhaps 2 meters long, its stinger dripping with venom that glistened in the dim light filtering into the cave. The confrontation was brief and violent, the Vault Dweller emptying half their ammunition into the creature before it finally stopped moving. The experience was terrifying in ways that no amount of preparation could have prevented. The sudden realization that death was not abstract but immediate and certain if mistakes were made. The shaking that followed the kill was not cowardice, but natural response to adrenaline and the psychological impact of lethal violence, something that would become more familiar but never completely routine. The deeper chambers of the cave contained larger scorpions and evidence of their feeding habits in the form of desiccated corpses that might have been human or animal before being reduced to empty husks. The Vault Dwellers' progress through the cave was methodical and slow, using light from the Pip-Boy to illuminate threats, while staying far enough back to react if something attacked. The ammunition situation became critical, each shot representing a decreasing resource that might be needed for future threats, but was also necessary to eliminate current ones. The decision about when to shoot and when to attempt avoidance created constant tension that was mentally exhausting, even when physical danger was temporarily absent. The encounter with Ian, Shady Sands' resident merchant and former caravan guard, provided the Vault Dwellers' first potential companion in the wasteland. Ian was a survivor in his 30s, someone who had seen enough of the wasteland to understand its dangers, but who retained enough optimism to believe that things could improve. His offer to join the Vault Dweller in their travels was motivated partly by boredom with Shady Sands' limited opportunities and partly by recognition that traveling with a vault dweller might lead to interesting discoveries. The practical benefits of partnership were obvious: an additional fighter, someone with wasteland experience, another set of eyes to watch for threats. The psychological benefits were less obvious, but equally important. Companionship in an otherwise isolating journey, someone to share the burden of decision-making, a witness to experiences that would otherwise exist only in memory. Ian's equipment was superior to the Vault Dweller's basic kit, representing the accumulated gear of someone who had survived years in the wasteland through a combination of skill and luck. His leather armor provided better protection than the Vault suit. His rifle had greater range and stopping power than the pistol, and his knowledge of survival techniques filled gaps in the Vault Dweller's vault-based education. He knew which plants were edible, how to find water in apparently dry areas, what animal tracks indicated dangerous creatures nearby. The partnership that formed between them was one of mutual benefit rather than friendship, at least initially. But it would develop into something more substantial through shared experiences and dangers. The completion of the rad scorpion extermination allowed the Doctor to create his antivenom, ensuring that future victims of scorpion attacks might survive if treated quickly. The settlement's gratitude took the form of supplies and information rather than caps. Aradesh, explaining that Shady Sands had little currency to spare, but could provide food, water, and detailed directions to other settlements. The map that he sketched showed locations of the hub to the west and Junktown to the southwest, both larger settlements that might have information about water chips or other vaults. The strategic decision about which location to visit first required weighing multiple factors: distance, likelihood of finding useful information, potential dangers along the route, and how much time could be spent exploring before the vault's deadline made return urgent. The crisis involving Tandy's kidnapping by raiders transformed the Vault Dweller's relationship with Shady Sands from transactional to personal, creating obligations that extended beyond simple trading of goods and services. The raiders were members of the Khns, a tribal group that had claimed Vault 15 as their base and raided surrounding areas for supplies and slaves. Their attack on Shady Sands was bold to the point of recklessness. A handful of raiders entering the settlement in daylight and carrying off Aradesh's daughter, despite the presence of guards and armed citizens. The message was clear. The Khns were powerful enough to take what they wanted without fear of retaliation from settlements like Shady Sands. Aradesh's plea for help recovering his daughter revealed the limitations of small settlement life in the wasteland. Shady Sands had no military force capable of assaulting the Khn base, no warriors trained for offensive operations, no experience with the kind of violence that raiding and counter-raiding required. The guards who protected the settlement were adequate for defending against rad scorpions or lone wanderers, but were not equipped or trained to fight organized groups of experienced raiders. The settlement's survival strategy was based on avoiding attention rather than projecting force, making them vulnerable to predators like the Khns who respected only strength. The Khn base at Vault 15 was built into and around the ruins of the collapsed vault, using the remnants of pre-war construction to create fortified positions that would be difficult to assault directly. The raiders numbered perhaps 30 or 40 fighters, enough to dominate the immediate region but not enough to expand their territory significantly. Their lifestyle was predatory rather than productive, taking rather than making, consuming resources that others had gathered rather than creating wealth of their own. This strategy was sustainable only as long as victims remained available to exploit. But the Khns showed no indication of thinking beyond immediate gratification or considering long-term consequences of their actions. The Vault Dweller's approach to rescuing Tandy demonstrated the value of alternatives to direct violence, though violence remained an option if other approaches failed. The Khn camp's security was oriented toward preventing escape rather than preventing entry, on the assumption that no one would be foolish enough to walk voluntarily into a raider base. This oversight created opportunities for infiltration that would not exist in a more professionally run operation. The Vault Dweller and Ian entered the camp openly, projecting confidence rather than fear, acting as though they had legitimate business with the Khn leadership rather than sneaking like infiltrators. The confrontation with Ghal Deathhand, the Khn leader, revealed him as a man defined entirely by violence and the reputation it created. His authority over the Khns derived from his personal combat prowess and willingness to kill anyone who challenged him, creating a hierarchy based purely on fear rather than respect or organizational competence. His trophy collection of weapons and armor taken from defeated enemies spoke to numerous victories, but also to a fundamental lack of imagination about what those resources could be used for, beyond personal aggrandizement. He was a small man in a small pond, dangerous to those within his reach but ultimately irrelevant to the larger wasteland. The revelation through dialogue that the Vault Dweller bore resemblance to Ghal's father, whom Ghal had killed to claim leadership of the Khns, created an opportunity that pure combat prowess could not have achieved. The psychological impact of seeing someone who reminded him of the father he had murdered disrupted Ghal's confidence and authority, making the other Khns question his leadership and creating doubt where certainty had existed. The Vault Dweller's demand for Tandy's release, delivered with authority that had no actual backing but which Ghal was too unsettled to challenge, resulted in her freedom without the bloodshed that direct assault would have required. The return of Tandy to Shady Sands completed the Vault Dweller's transformation in the settlement's eyes from stranger to hero, from curiosity to valuable ally. Aradesh's gratitude was genuine and profound, though he struggled to find ways to repay a debt that he felt exceeded anything the settlement could offer. The practical rewards were modest: more supplies, more information, standing permission to rest in Shady Sands during future travels. The intangible rewards were more significant: a reputation beginning to form in the wasteland, a safe haven to return to if needed, the satisfaction of having made a positive difference in lives that might otherwise have been destroyed. Tandy's experience with the Khns had altered her perspective on the wasteland in ways that would shape her character for the rest of her life. The adventure she had dreamed of had proven to be traumatic rather than exciting, teaching her that the world beyond Shady Sands was even more dangerous than she had imagined. But the experience had also revealed her own resilience and courage, qualities that would serve her well in the decades to come, as she evolved from restless daughter to leader of what would become the new California Republic. The seeds of that future were planted in those days of captivity and rescue, though none of the participants could have predicted the magnitude of what would grow from them. The journey to Vault 15, delayed by the detour to rescue Tandy, finally resumed with Ian accompanying the Vault Dweller, and both of them better supplied than they had been at the start. The vault's location matched the coordinates that Vault 13 had provided, but the facility itself was clearly non-functional and had been for years. The entrance was blocked by rockfall that would require excavation equipment to clear, and the Khn presence throughout the ruins suggested that anything valuable had long since been scavenged. The disappointment of finding no water chip here was softened by the fact that the journey had not been wasted. The Vault Dweller had gained valuable experience, found a companion, and established relationships that would prove important later. The exploration of Vault 15's accessible areas revealed the fate that Vault 13 might have suffered if different choices had been made or different accidents had occurred. The vault had been designed to house a diverse population that would serve as a control group for studying how different factions would interact in confined spaces, though this experiment's details were obscure and largely irrelevant to refugees who had simply been trying to survive. The vault's failure had come not from the experiment but from mundane technical problems compounded by inadequate maintenance, proving that even Vault-Tech's engineering could not overcome entropy and human fallibility operating over sufficient time. The creatures that had moved into the abandoned vault were mostly raid roaches and rats, mutated vermin that thrived in the darkness and ate whatever organic matter they could find. The fights with these creatures were tedious rather than dangerous, wearing down ammunition and creating injuries that required stimpack treatment, but never posing serious threat to prepared fighters. The experience reinforced lessons about resource management and the importance of choosing battles carefully, recognizing that not every fight was worth winning if the cost exceeded the benefit. The return to Shady Sands to report the findings about Vault 15 provided opportunity for rest and resupply before continuing the search elsewhere. Aradesh's suggestion to try the Hub, the largest trading settlement in the region, made strategic sense even though it represented significant additional travel time. The Hub would have information about other vaults and settlements, traders who might know where water chips could be found, and facilities for repairing or upgrading equipment. The decision to travel there meant accepting that more days would pass, bringing the deadline for Vault 13 closer, but without better information about where to search, random exploration would waste even more time with lower probability of success. The wasteland between Shady Sands and the Hub was more traveled and therefore more dangerous than the relatively isolated route the Vault Dweller had taken from Vault 13. Caravans used these paths to move goods between settlements, which meant that raiders also haunted them looking for targets. The increased danger was balanced by increased likelihood of encountering friendly travelers or finding evidence of civilization, making the journey less isolating even while remaining physically challenging. The days of walking established rhythms and routines that made the travel sustainable. Walking during cooler morning and evening hours, resting during the hottest part of the day, maintaining watch schedules at night, rationing food and water to ensure supplies lasted until the next settlement. The landscape itself changed as they traveled west, the desert giving way to rockier terrain, with more evidence of pre-war construction. Ruined buildings became more frequent, their skeletal remains suggesting the density of population that had once existed here. The roads were more intact, suggesting that maintenance had continued longer before the final collapse of organized society. The increased visibility of the old world made its loss more poignant, reminding the Vault Dweller that the wasteland they traveled through had once been home to millions of people living lives of comfort and security that were now impossible to imagine. The encounters with other travelers provided education about wasteland society and culture that no amount of vault study could have replicated. The traders who moved between settlements were cautious but willing to share information in exchange for news from other areas or payment in caps. The prospectors searching for salvage in ruins were more guarded, protective of their territories, and suspicious of anyone who might compete for resources. The occasional raider groups were simply hostile, requiring either avoidance or violence depending on circumstances and relative strength. Each encounter reinforced the lesson that the wasteland was not empty but populated by people pursuing various strategies for survival, some compatible with the Vault Dweller's goals, and some fundamentally opposed. The sighting of the Hub on the horizon came as relief after days of travel and uncertain navigation. The settlement was larger than anything the Vault Dweller had yet encountered, a sprawling collection of buildings and fortifications that must have housed hundreds, if not thousands of people. Smoke rose from numerous fires, and the distant sound of activity suggested a functioning economy and social structure. The hub represented civilization rebuilt to a scale that approached pre-war standards, at least in terms of population density and economic complexity. It was both encouraging and daunting, proof that recovery was possible, but also introduction to the social complications that came with larger communities. The approach to the hub required different preparation than approaching Shady Sands had demanded. This was not a small settlement where strangers were rare, but a trading center where outsiders were common and expected. The guards at the entrance were professional rather than nervous, their questions perfunctory rather than suspicious. The entrance fee was standardized rather than negotiable, suggesting a level of bureaucratic organization that small settlements could not sustain. The Vault Dweller and Ian paid the fee and entered, becoming part of the flow of humanity that moved through the hub's streets, pursuing trade, employment, entertainment, and all the other activities that complex societies enabled. The quest for the water chip that had brought them here was about to become more complicated as the Vault Dweller encountered the social and political complexities of wasteland civilization at its most developed. The hub was not just a trading post, but a web of factions and interests, alliances and conflicts that would need to be navigated carefully to achieve their goals. The simple journey from vault to vault had evolved into something more complex, and the innocent who had emerged from Vault 13 was beginning to understand the true nature of survival in the wasteland. The hub announced itself to travelers long before its walls became visible on the horizon. First, through the increased traffic on the roads leading to it, then through the distant haze of smoke from hundreds of cooking fires and industrial operations, and finally through the sheer density of human activity that marked it as the closest thing to a city that existed in the Southern California wasteland. The settlement had grown from the ruins of what might have been Barstow or some other pre-war town, built around a functioning water source and the intersection of trade routes that connected the scattered communities of survivors. Where Shady Sands housed perhaps 80 people, the hub contained thousands, making it the largest concentration of humanity that the Vault Dweller had encountered or imagined possible in the post-war world. The walls that surrounded the hub were substantial constructions of salvaged metal and concrete, higher and thicker than anything Shady Sands could have managed, designed to deter not just rad scorpions and wild animals, but organized raiders with siege equipment and coordinated tactics. Guard towers punctuated the walls at regular intervals, manned by sentries whose equipment and bearings suggested professional soldiers rather than farmers pressed into part-time security duty. The gates were controlled access points where everyone entering was questioned and searched, their weapons inventoried and their business recorded by scribes who maintained detailed logs of traffic in and out of the settlement. The level of organization and bureaucracy exceeded anything the Vault Dweller had expected to find in the wasteland, suggesting that some elements of pre-war civilization had survived or been reconstructed even in the absence of functioning government. The entrance fee demanded by the guards was modest but non-negotiable, 10 caps per person to pass through the gates and conduct business within the hub. The guards explained that the fee funded maintenance of the walls and payment of security forces, making the hub's protection a collective good, purchased through mandatory contribution, rather than provided free through community solidarity. The economic logic was sound, but represented a fundamentally different social contract than existed in Shady Sands, where protection was provided as part of communal membership rather than sold as a service. The Vault Dweller paid the fee for themselves and Ian without protest, understanding that arguing with armed guards about economic philosophy would be both futile and unwise. The interior of the hub was organized into distinct districts that reflected the settlement's economic and social divisions. The merchants' quarter near the main gate housed the trading companies that formed the backbone of the hub's economy: the Crimson Caravan, Fargo traders, and the water merchants, each controlling different aspects of the trade that connected wasteland settlements. The residential areas ranged from relatively comfortable housing for successful merchants and traders to ramshackle structures that barely provided shelter from the elements for the settlement's poorest inhabitants. The industrial district contained workshops where salvaged materials were processed and repaired, where weapons were maintained and ammunition was manufactured, where the practical work of keeping civilization functioning occurred away from the cleaner spaces where wealth was exchanged. The streets themselves were crowded with more people than the Vault Dweller had seen in their entire life before leaving Vault 13. Traders haggled over prices with the aggressive enthusiasm that characterized mercantile culture. Laborers moved goods between warehouses and shops, their arms laden with bundles, or their backs bent under loads that would have seemed unbearable, but which they carried with the practiced ease of people for whom physical labor was daily routine. Children ran between the adults' legs, playing games or conducting small-scale commerce of their own, learning the economic skills that would determine their adult prospects. Beggars occupied corners and asked for charity from passers-by, who mostly ignored them with the practiced indifference of people accustomed to poverty as background condition rather than personal crisis. The social stratification was immediately visible in ways that Vault life had not prepared the Vault Dweller to recognize or navigate. Successful merchants wore relatively clean clothing and carried themselves with the confidence of people who controlled resources and enjoyed security. Guards and caravan personnel displayed their status through weapons and armor that marked them as dangerous and capable. Laborers and poor residents wore patched and worn clothing, their bodies showing the marks of hard work and inadequate nutrition, their demeanor suggesting awareness that they occupied the bottom of the hub's hierarchy with limited prospects for advancement. The Vault Dweller and Ian, in their Vault suit and leather armor respectively, occupied an ambiguous social position that generated curiosity without clearly signaling their place in the economic order. The water merchant's compound was located in the merchant quarter, a substantial facility surrounded by its own walls and guarded by private security forces who were better equipped than the hub's municipal guards. The company's power derived from its control of the caravans that transported water from clean sources to settlements that lacked adequate local supplies, making them literally dealers in life's most essential resource. The moral implications of privatizing water distribution in a world where thirst could kill as certainly as violence did not seem to trouble the water merchants, who approached their business with the same calculated efficiency they would have brought to trading any other commodity. Survival in the wasteland required hard decisions and moral compromises, and the water merchants had made their choices without apparent regret or self-doubt. The meeting with the water merchants' leadership revealed information that was simultaneously encouraging and frustrating for the Vault Dweller's quest. The company maintained detailed records of their operations and had encountered or heard of most permanent settlements and installations in Southern California. They confirmed that Vault 15 was non-functional and had been for decades. Information the Vault Dweller already possessed through direct observation. More usefully, they reported that Necropolis, a settlement built in the ruins of Bakersfield around what had been Vault 12, might still have a functioning vault with intact systems, including water purification. The water merchants had ceased trading with Necropolis years ago due to the settlement's ghoul population, which made their caravans reluctant to visit even though the ghouls had never actually attacked traders. Prejudice and fear had severed commercial relationships, but the settlement presumably still existed and might have the water chip that Vault 13 desperately needed. The practical assistance the water merchants could provide extended beyond information to actual water delivery, though their services came at prices that reflected their monopoly position. For 2,000 caps, they could establish a caravan route to Vault 13 that would deliver water sufficient to sustain the population for an additional 100 days, effectively extending the deadline for finding a water chip. The price was not cheap, but it was also not extortionate, given the distances involved and the dangers that caravans faced. The Vault Dwellers' cap resources were insufficient to pay immediately, but the offer represented a potential backup plan if the search for a water chip took longer than anticipated. The knowledge that time could be purchased at known price reduced the psychological pressure of the deadline while creating new imperative to accumulate caps through whatever means the wasteland provided. The Crimson Caravan compound occupied a facility comparable in size to the water merchant's operation, its warehouses storing the diverse goods that the company transported between settlements: food, weapons, armor, tools, raw materials, luxury items for those wealthy enough to afford them. The caravan guards who lounged around the compound between assignments were hard-eyed professionals who had survived years of traveling wasteland trade routes, despite constant threats from raiders, creatures, and environmental hazards. They represented a culture of mercenary pragmatism that valued competence and reliability over sentiment or ideological commitment, willing to work for anyone who paid fair wages and treated them with basic respect. The Crimson Caravan's leadership was willing to hire additional guards for their operations, offering employment to anyone who could prove themselves capable in combat and willing to follow orders. The work was dangerous but paid well by wasteland standards, with successful completion of a caravan run earning enough caps to live comfortably for weeks. The Vault Dwellers' consideration of this option was brief, recognizing that caravan guard work would consume weeks of time that could not be spared given the deadline for returning to Vault 13. But the existence of such employment suggested that the hub's economy provided opportunities for people with combat skills and willingness to risk their lives for compensation, creating a mercenary class that lived well when successful and died poor when luck or skill failed them. Fargo Traders represented the third major trading company operating from the hub, smaller than the Crimson Caravan, but with its own network of routes and relationships with remote settlements. The company's founder, a man known simply as Rutger, maintained a lower profile than his competitors while quietly building commercial relationships based on reliability and discretion. His operation handled goods that the larger companies found too risky or too specialized to bother with, serving niche markets and unusual requests that did not fit standard caravan cargo. The Vault Dwellers' interactions with Fargo traders were limited, but suggested that Rutger possessed information networks that extended beyond simple commercial intelligence, that he knew things about the wasteland that he shared only selectively and for appropriate consideration. The political structure that governed the hub was an oligarchy of merchant princes who controlled the settlement's economy and therefore its political authority. The council that made decisions affecting the entire settlement consisted of representatives from the major trading companies, ensuring that commercial interests dominated policymaking, without the messy complications of democratic input from residents who lacked economic power. The system was efficient and provided stability that allowed trade to flourish, but it also concentrated wealth and power in ways that ensured the poor remained poor, while the wealthy accumulated more resources. Justice in the hub was less about fairness than about protecting property and maintaining order that facilitated commerce, with the guards serving as enforcers of merchant interests rather than neutral arbiters of disputes. The criminal underworld that existed beneath the hub's commercial facade was run by a man named Decker, whose operation controlled gambling, prostitution, drug trafficking, and various other activities that the council officially condemned but unofficially tolerated. as long as they did not disrupt legitimate business. Decca's headquarters in one of the hub's less reputable districts was guarded by men whose competence and equipment rivaled the hub's official security forces, suggesting that criminal enterprise could be as profitable and professionally managed as legal commerce. The parallel between legitimate merchants and criminal operators was not lost on observers who recognized that both extracted value from the hub's population through control of desired goods and services, differing mainly in their relationship to official authority rather than their fundamental business models. The Vault Dweller's introduction to Decca came through rumor and indirect contact, hearing whispered suggestions that someone seeking unusual information or illicit services should visit a certain establishment in the hub's rougher neighborhoods. The decision to make contact with obvious criminal leadership required weighing potential benefits against clear risks, understanding that involving oneself with people like Decca created complications and obligations that might prove difficult to escape. But the hub's information networks included both legal and illegal channels, and accessing complete information required engaging with both. The wasteland did not reward moral purity as highly as it rewarded pragmatic flexibility. Decca himself was a man in his 40s, whose appearance suggested physical capability that belied his current administrative role. He had clearly been a fighter before becoming an organizer, his body showing scars from previous conflicts, while his bearing displayed confidence of someone accustomed to command and obedience. His offer of employment to the Vault Dweller was direct and unambiguous. He needed someone without established reputation in the hub to perform assassinations of targets who had become obstacles to his operations. The pay was substantial, the work was straightforward, and the moral implications were left unspoken because anyone sophisticated enough to find their way to Decca's operation was presumably sophisticated enough to understand what they were getting into. The first target Decca identified was a merchant named Hightower, who had been organizing other business owners to resist the protection payments that Decca's organization collected. Hightower was not particularly wealthy or powerful, but his influence and reputation made him dangerous to Decca's control of the hub's criminal economy. Eliminating him would send a message to other potential resistors, while removing an obstacle to continued extortion. The assassination was presented as business necessity rather than personal vendetta, cold economic calculation about the cost of tolerance versus the cost of violence. Decca made clear that refusing the job would not result in immediate hostility, but would end any possibility of future cooperation or assistance from his organization. The Vault Dweller's internal conflict about accepting murder contracts reflected education and values that had been instilled during Vault upbringing, but which seemed increasingly naive and inappropriate for wasteland survival. The Vault had taught cooperation, community welfare, and respect for life as fundamental values that distinguish civilization from barbarism. But the wasteland operated under different rules where survival often required choices that Vault ethics could not accommodate. The question was not whether murder was wrong in some abstract moral sense, but whether the Vault Dweller's need for caps and information justified participating in the hub's criminal economy, whether the lives of Decca's targets weighed more heavily than the lives of Vault 13's residents who would die if the water chip was not found. The practical execution of the assassination was anticlimactic in ways that made the moral weight feel heavier rather than lighter. Hightower was not a warrior or a criminal, but a shopkeeper whose resistance to Decca was motivated by principle rather than personal animosity. He died quickly and without understanding why, killed by someone he had no reason to fear or suspect. The Vault Dweller's payment from Decca was handed over with the same casual indifference that a legitimate merchant might show when completing a normal transaction, 500 caps for ending a human life. The money would help purchase water delivery for Vault 13, creating direct chain of causation between murder and survival that could be rationalized but not fully justified. The second assassination target was a priestess named Lasher, who led a small religious community that Decker saw as competing for influence in the Hub's lower classes. Her crime was not theft or violence, but preaching a philosophy of resistance to the Hub's economic hierarchy, suggesting that the poor deserved better treatment than the merchant council provided. Her message was not revolutionary exactly, but was subversive enough to concern people like Decker, who benefited from maintaining the status quo. The assassination eliminated a voice for change and reinforced the lesson that challenging established power structures carried lethal consequences, making the Vault Dweller complicit not just in individual murder, but in systemic oppression of the Hub's most vulnerable residents. The decision to betray Decker to the Hub's authorities after completing the assassinations was motivated by belated moral recognition and practical calculation that creating debt with legitimate authority might prove more valuable than maintaining relationship with criminal organization. The Hub's guards, when informed of Decker's operations and provided with evidence of his crimes, moved quickly to arrest him and his lieutenants. The resulting confrontation was brief and violent, with Decker's security forces attempting to resist arrest before being overwhelmed by superior numbers. The Vault Dwellers' participation in the assault was minimal, but sufficient to claim credit for helping eliminate major criminal operation, earning gratitude from the council, and establishing reputation as someone willing to work within the Hub's power structure. The moral calculus of murdering people for caps and then betraying the employer who paid those caps was complex and unflattering regardless of how it was rationalized. The Vault Dweller had taken actions that Vault ethics would condemn, had compromised principles that seemed important before leaving Vault 13, had learned that survival in the wastelands sometimes required choices that felt wrong even when they could be justified through consequentialist reasoning. The caps remained in the Vault Dwellers' possession, a tangible reminder of the price at which they had sold their moral clarity. The knowledge that those caps might save Vault 13 did not erase the fact that they were purchased with blood. The library in the Hub's merchant quarter was an unexpected repository of pre-war knowledge, maintained by a woman named Vree, who had dedicated herself to preserving books and documents that survived the war. Her collection was modest by pre-war standards, but extraordinary in the context of a wasteland where most people were illiterate and books were often used as fuel rather than preserved as cultural artifacts. The library contained technical manuals, historical records, literary works, and various other materials that represented humanity's accumulated knowledge before the nuclear fire. The ability to access this information required payment, reselling knowledge as merchants sold goods, but the prices were reasonable for those who valued information enough to pay for it. The information about vault locations that Vree sold confirmed what the water merchants had suggested about Necropolis, while providing additional details about other installations that might still exist. Vault 12 in Bakersfield, Vault 13's own location which Vree did not know in detail, and vague references to military installations that might contain useful technology or information. The map that Vree provided was incomplete and based partly on rumor rather than confirmed observation, but it represented the best available intelligence about pre-war facilities that might still be accessible. The investment in information was as important as investment in weapons or supplies, recognizing that knowledge about where to look could save weeks of random exploration. Harold was encountered in the Hub's Old Town district, a ghoul whose appearance initially triggered the Vault Dwellers' vault-conditioned revulsion, before curiosity and basic courtesy overcame that prejudice. Harold's physical condition reflected the mutations that created ghouls, his skin damaged by radiation exposure, and his body showing the changes that separated ghouls from baseline humans. But his mind remained intact and his personality was more welcoming than many baseline humans the Vault Dweller had met. His story of how he became a ghoul involved an expedition to a military base decades earlier, an adventure that had gone catastrophically wrong and left him transformed, but alive. The details he provided about the base and the strange green goop that had caused his transformation were fragmentary and confused, but they suggested that dangerous pre-war research facilities still existed, and that exploring them carried risks beyond simple radiation exposure. Harold's mention of his former companion Richard Gray, who had fallen into the vats of green substance and been transformed into something far worse than a ghoul, introduced the first hints of threats that extended beyond raiders and creatures to something more fundamental and dangerous. Gray had apparently survived his transformation, but had been changed in ways that destroyed his humanity while granting him abilities that Harold could only describe vaguely. The suggestion that Gray might still be alive decades later, that he might be gathering followers and pursuing goals that Harold did not understand, created mystery that the Vault Dweller filed away as potentially relevant, but not immediately pressing given the water chip deadline. The Deathclaw rumors that circulated through the hub represented a different kind of threat than rad scorpions or raiders, something that most wastelands survivors had heard of but few had actually encountered. The Fargo traders had been losing caravans en routes to the boneyard, entire convoys disappearing without survivors or clear evidence of what had killed them. Some attributed the losses to raiders, but others whispered about massive creatures that could tear apart armed men with ease, that moved with speed that belied their size, that seemed almost intelligent in how they stalked and killed prey. The traders offered substantial payment to anyone who could eliminate the threat, suggesting that the Deathclaw problem was serious enough to justify expensive solution. The Vault Dweller's decision to pursue the Deathclaw contract was motivated more by caps than heroism, recognizing that the water delivery to Vault 13 would require payment and that dangerous work paid better than safe employment. Ian's opinion on the matter was characteristically pragmatic. Deathclaws were dangerous, but so was everything else in the wasteland, and dying poor was no better than dying while attempting to get rich. The preparation for the hunt involved gathering information about where caravans had disappeared, purchasing additional weapons and ammunition, and psychologically preparing for combat against something that was reportedly more dangerous than anything they had faced so far. The hub's population lived with the constant awareness that their prosperity and security were temporary and fragile, dependent on maintained trade routes and functioning infrastructure that could be disrupted by any number of threats. The settlement existed in delicate balance between civilization and chaos, between order maintained through force and anarchy that would emerge if that force failed. The residents who benefited from the hub's economy generally supported the council's authoritarian approach to governance, recognizing that democratic decision-making might be fairer, but would also be slower and less effective at protecting their interests. Those who suffered under the hub's economic hierarchy had fewer options for expressing dissatisfaction beyond crime or departure, neither of which meaningfully challenged the system. The thieves' circle that operated in the hub's shadows represented the criminal class that existed below even Decca's relatively organized operation. These were petty criminals who survived through pickpocketing, burglary, and small-scale theft, rather than the protection rackets and murder for hire that characterized more sophisticated criminal enterprise. Their leader, a man known as Loxley in apparent homage to legendary pre-war thieves, offered membership to the Vault Dweller after they demonstrated capability through completion of a test theft. The benefits of membership were modest: access to Khns, who would purchase stolen goods, information about potential targets, and solidarity with other thieves. The costs were equally modest: a share of proceeds and obligation not to steal from other circle members. The Vault Dwellers' participation in the Thieves' Circle was opportunistic rather than ideological, recognizing that theft from wealthy merchants who had accumulated their wealth through monopolistic practices and exploitation could be rationalized as redistribution if one wanted to rationalize it. The more honest assessment was that the Vault Dweller needed caps, and stealing was more efficient than earning them through legitimate labor. The moral trajectory from Vault Dweller to assassin to thief was not one that reflected well on the corrupting influence of wasteland survival, but it was a trajectory that many others had followed when faced with similar pressures and limited alternatives. The complex social networks that connected the hub's various factions and interests created opportunities for those clever enough to recognize and exploit them. Information learned in one context could be valuable in another. Relationships established with one faction could provide leverage with their rivals. The merchant who opposed Decker might have information valuable to legitimate authorities. The guards who worked for the water merchants might know things that Fargo traders would pay to learn. The entire settlement functioned as an information marketplace where knowledge was traded as actively as physical goods, and those who understood how to navigate that marketplace could profit from their position as intermediaries. The time spent in the hub passed quickly despite the water chip deadline that loomed over every decision and action. The settlement's scale and complexity demanded sustained attention to navigate effectively, understanding which factions could be trusted, which individuals might be valuable contacts, which opportunities were legitimate, and which were traps. The Vault Dwellers' education in wasteland politics and economics accelerated through immersion in the hub's concentrated complexity, learning lessons that Shady Sands could not have taught because Shady Sands did not have the scale or sophistication to demonstrate how power and commerce interacted in larger communities. Ian's perspective on the hub reflected his years of experience with settlements across the wasteland, recognizing the hub as extraordinary in its scale, but typical in its fundamental dynamics. Every settlement struggled with same basic tensions between security and freedom, between equality and efficiency, between short-term survival and long-term planning. The hub had chosen efficiency and security at the cost of freedom and equality, creating a stable but unjust society that worked well for those at the top, while leaving those at the bottom with limited prospects for improvement. Ian neither condemned nor celebrated this arrangement, accepting it as one possible solution to the problem of survival in an environment that killed those who failed to adapt to its demands. The departure from the hub, when it finally came, was without ceremony or fanfare. The Vault Dweller and Ian simply walked out through the gates one morning, heading toward Necropolis with directions from the water merchants, and hoped that the city of ghouls would have the water chip that Vault 13 needed. The hub would continue functioning without them, its commerce and crime and politics proceeding according to patterns that had been established before they arrived and would continue after they left. They had been minor participants in the settlement's daily drama, earning caps and reputation while learning lessons about how civilization rebuilt itself in the wasteland's harsh conditions. The lasting impression that the hub left on the Vault Dweller was not of specific people or events, but of scale and possibility. If the hub could exist with its thousands of residents and functioning economy, then perhaps the wasteland's future was not as bleak as Vault education had suggested. Perhaps humanity was rebuilding, slowly and imperfectly, creating new forms of civilization, adapted to post-war conditions. The knowledge that other settlements existed, that trade connected them, that people were cooperating across distances to mutual benefit, suggested that the isolation of Vault 13 was a choice rather than a necessity, that the door could eventually open permanently, rather than remaining sealed forever against a world that might be becoming livable again. The road southwest from the hub toward Junktown carried less traffic than the major trade routes, passing through territory that was nominally safe, but never entirely secure in a wasteland where danger could emerge from any direction without warning. The journey took 2 days of steady walking through desert landscape that varied little in its fundamental character, only in the specific details of which ruins dotted the horizon and which creatures left tracks in the sand. The Vault Dweller and Ian maintained the routines they had established during previous travels. Early starts to avoid the worst heat, careful rationing of water and supplies, constant vigilance for threats that might be avoided through observation, rather than confronted through violence. Junktown announced itself through the gradually increasing density of pre-war debris that gave the settlement its name. Vast fields of rusted vehicles and collapsed structures that had been picked over by generations of scavengers, but which still contained enough salvage to support a community of people who made their living from the detritus of the old world. The town itself was built from the materials that surrounded it. Walls constructed from car bodies welded together, buildings assembled from whatever could be scavenged and made weatherproof, furniture and tools created from repurposed components that had been designed for entirely different purposes. The aesthetic was chaotic and improvised, but also strangely functional, proving that civilization could be rebuilt from literal garbage if people were desperate and creative enough. The gate into Junktown was guarded by men whose equipment was better than their discipline, carrying weapons that had been well maintained but exhibiting the casual inattention of guards who had gone too long without facing serious threats. Their questions for entering travelers were perfunctory: no weapons visible, no causing trouble, respect the laws such as they were. The contrast with the hub's professional security was stark, suggesting that Junktown operated under different assumptions about order and authority, that the settlement was more loosely organized and perhaps more tolerant of behavior that would not be permitted in larger communities. The social structure of Junktown reflected its physical construction, assembled from whatever pieces could be made to work together without particular concern for elegance or consistency. The nominal authority was Killian Darkwater, whose title of mayor suggested democratic legitimacy that was actually more about family legacy and personal reputation than any electoral process. Killian's family had been among Junktown's founders, and his position was inherited as much as earned, though his personal qualities of fairness and competence helped maintain legitimacy that pure nepotism could not have sustained. His vision for Junktown emphasized law and order as foundations for prosperity, believing that traders and merchants would only invest in the settlement if they could trust that contracts would be enforced and property would be protected. The rival power center in Junktown was Gizmo, whose casino represented different vision of the settlement's future based on entertainment, vice, and the kind of loose regulation that allowed various forms of profitable illegality to flourish. Gizmo's establishment was the largest and most successful business in Junktown, drawing visitors from across the wasteland with promises of gambling, alcohol, and other diversions that settlements like Shady Sands could not or would not provide. His economic success translated into political influence, with many residents viewing his operation as more important to Junktown's prosperity than Killian's abstract principles about law and justice. The tension between these competing visions for the settlement's future created the fundamental political dynamic that dominated Junktown's social life. The confrontation between Killian and Gizmo's interests began almost immediately after the Vault Dweller's arrival, when an assassin attempted to kill Killian in his own store with the Vault Dweller present as witness. The assassination attempt was clumsy to the point of incompetence, the hired killer literally announcing Gizmo's involvement before opening fire, suggesting either that the assassin was spectacularly stupid or that Gizmo had hired someone spectacularly stupid. Killian survived due to combination of luck and the Vault Dweller's intervention, though Ian's attempt to help resulted in him accidentally shooting Killian in the confusion, a mishap that would have been darkly comic if it had not nearly accomplished what the assassin failed to achieve. Killian's response to the assassination attempt revealed both his strengths and limitations as leader. He correctly identified Gizmo as the mastermind, despite having no proof beyond the assassin's dying declaration, demonstrating good political instincts about who benefited from his death. But his insistence that proof was needed before action could be taken showed the constraints that law-focused governance placed on leaders who lacked the ruthlessness to simply eliminate rivals through extra-legal violence. Killian wanted to defeat Gizmo within the framework of Junktown's rudimentary legal system, preserving the principle that accusations required evidence and that justice should be administered through proper procedures rather than personal vendetta. The plan to gather evidence against Gizmo involved the Vault Dweller wearing a wire or planting a listening device in Gizmo's office, then provoking him into admitting his involvement in the assassination attempt. The technological sophistication of the surveillance equipment was surprising for the wasteland, suggesting that some pre-war electronics had survived in functional condition, or that wasteland engineers had developed capability to manufacture such devices. The ethical implications of secretly recording someone were not discussed, presumably because Killian assumed that the ends justified the means when dealing with someone as dangerous as Gizmo, that normal privacy protections did not apply to suspected criminals. The infiltration of Gizmo's casino required no particular stealth or subterfuge, as the establishment was open to anyone with caps to spend, and Gizmo's office was accessible to those who asked to see him about business. The casino itself was a riot of activity and noise. Gambling tables surrounded by people risking caps they could barely afford to lose, a bar serving alcohol of questionable provenance, and various other activities occurring in darker corners where observation was difficult. The atmosphere was simultaneously festive and desperate, people seeking escape from the harsh realities of wasteland life through temporary pleasures that would leave them poorer and no happier when the distraction ended. Gizmo himself was an enormous man whose physical size was more about excessive eating than muscle or height, his body representing the kind of overindulgence that was rare in the wasteland where most people struggled to get adequate calories. His office was furnished more comfortably than anything the Vault Dweller had seen outside the vault, with actual cushioned chairs and decorations that served no functional purpose beyond aesthetic pleasure. The display of wealth was intentional and ostentatious, a declaration that Gizmo had resources that others lacked and enjoyed living well, while his customers and employees scraped by with minimal comfort. The conversation with Gizmo proceeded with the kind of casual criminality that suggested he saw no particular reason to hide his activities from someone who came seeking employment as an assassin. When the Vault Dweller suggested that Killian's failed assassination might require follow-up, Gizmo agreed with enthusiasm that was either admirably direct or phenomenally stupid. He offered substantial payment for Killian's death and provided details about his organization's other illegal activities with the confidence of someone who believed himself untouchable through combination of wealth and intimidation. The recording device captured everything, providing evidence that would satisfy even Killian's insistence on proof before action. The decision about what to do with that evidence required choosing between Killian's vision of law-governed order and Gizmo's vision of profitable chaos, between supporting someone who wanted to restrict vice for the common good and someone who wanted to enable it for personal profit. The Vault Dweller's choice to support Killian was not particularly difficult, given that Gizmo had just attempted to hire them to commit murder, but it did represent taking sides in a conflict that many Junktown residents felt ambivalent about. Gizmo's casino provided employment and entertainment that the settlement would lose if Killian's more restrictive approach prevailed, suggesting that moral clarity about which vision was better was not as obvious as it might initially appear. The confrontation in Gizmo's casino when the evidence was revealed played out with violence that was brief but decisive. Killian brought guards and confronted Gizmo with the recordings, giving him opportunity to surrender peacefully before resorting to force. Gizmo's response was to reach for weapons and call for his security personnel, making clear that he would not accept legal consequences for his actions without fight. The resulting shootout left Gizmo and most of his guards dead, the Vault Dweller and Ian contributing to the carnage while Killian's people secured the casino and arrested those who surrendered. The cleanup afterward was perfunctory, bodies dragged out and property confiscated. The casino closed permanently as symbol of Killian's victory over the criminal element that had challenged his authority. The aftermath of Gizmo's defeat established Killian's authority more firmly, but did not resolve the fundamental tensions about what kind of settlement Junktown should become. Many residents had enjoyed the casino and resented its closure, viewing Killian's victory as triumph of prudishness over entertainment, rather than justice over corruption. Others supported the crackdown on vice and hoped that Killian would use his strengthened position to continue cleaning up Junktown and making it more attractive to legitimate merchants. The political consensus that might have made governance easier did not exist, forcing Killian to rule through combination of popular support and coercive authority while managing dissent from those who disagreed with his vision. The recruitment of Dogmeat as companion happened through accident rather than intention, the dog attaching himself to the Vault Dweller after a brief interaction that suggested the animal was both intelligent and lonely. The previous owner, a man named Phil, seemed relieved to be rid of the dog despite claiming to have valued him, suggesting that Dogmeat's loyalty had been exhausted by mistreatment or neglect. The dog's decision to follow someone wearing a leather jacket similar to one worn by his previous master indicated that his attachment was based on association rather than deep bond, that he was looking for replacement for a relationship that had ended badly. The Vault Dweller's acceptance of this new companion was not particularly considered, responding to the dog's obvious desire for company, with willingness to provide it despite the practical complications of traveling with an animal. Tycho was encountered in Junktown's more respectable establishments, a ranger from the desert who had wandered into town seeking supplies and information about conditions in the surrounding wasteland. His background suggested education and training that exceeded what most wasteland survivors possessed, someone who had been taught by people who maintained pre-war knowledge about navigation, survival, and combat. His offer to join the Vault Dwellers' travels was motivated by recognition that their goals aligned temporarily, that traveling together provided mutual benefits through shared resources and capabilities. His personality was taciturn and professional, speaking only when necessary and focusing on practical matters rather than building social connections, making him an easy companion for those who valued competence over camaraderie. The discovery of the Brotherhood of Steel's location came through rumors and indirect references rather than explicit directions. Wasteland survivors, speaking of heavily armed and armored soldiers, who occasionally emerged from hidden bunker to trade for specific supplies or investigate particular sites. The Brotherhood's reputation was mixed, with some viewing them as potential saviors who possessed technology and knowledge that could help rebuild civilization, while others saw them as hoarders who kept resources for themselves, rather than sharing them with desperate survivors. The actual location of their base was not advertised, requiring the Vault Dweller to follow vague directions and search for subtle signs of fortified installation in the hills northeast of Junktown. The Brotherhood bunker revealed itself gradually as the Vault Dweller approached, first through increased security measures that suggested something valuable was being protected, then through the appearance of armored sentries who challenged the Vault Dweller's presence with professional military bearing. The soldiers wore powered armor that marked them as possessing technology far beyond what typical wasteland survivors could access. Their equipment maintained to standards that suggested functional supply chains and manufacturing capability. The contrast between the Brotherhood's obviously advanced technology and the improvised equipment that characterized most wasteland communities raised questions about how this organization had maintained such capabilities when larger institutions like the United States government had collapsed completely. The guards at the bunker entrance were named Cabot and Kyle, the former nervous and uncertain about how to handle an unexpected visitor, while the latter was more aggressive in questioning the vault dwellers' intentions. The policy regarding outsiders was clear. The Brotherhood did not recruit from the wasteland population and had no interest in sharing their technology or knowledge with those who lacked proper training and dedication. The organization was isolationist by design, focusing on preserving and studying pre-war technology, rather than using that technology to help rebuild civilization. The philosophical justification for this approach was based on belief that the old world's technology had caused the Great War, and that releasing advanced weapons into the wasteland would only lead to further destruction. Cabot's eventual offer to allow the Vault Dweller to join the Brotherhood came with conditions that suggested the organization was not particularly eager to recruit, but would accept exceptional individuals who proved themselves worthy. The test was straightforward in its simplicity and brutal in its difficulty. Travel to a location called the Glow, retrieve evidence that you reached it, and return alive. The casualness with which Cabot described this test, coupled with Kyle's shock that anyone would actually be sent to the Glow, suggested that this was intended more as a polite way of saying no than as genuine recruitment opportunity. The Glow's reputation as the most radioactive and dangerous location in Southern California meant that sending someone there was effectively a death sentence. The journey to the Glow required careful preparation and acceptance that the mission might be suicidal, that the Brotherhood's test was designed to eliminate candidates rather than identify worthy recruits. The Vault Dweller's decision to attempt it anyway was motivated partly by the recognition that the Brotherhood might have information about water chips or other vaults, partly by curiosity about what could be so dangerous that even the Brotherhood considered it too risky to explore regularly. The supplies purchased in Junktown included as much Rad-X and Rad-Away as could be afforded, medications that would provide some protection against radiation exposure, but which could not completely eliminate the danger of traveling through a highly contaminated area. The Glow appeared on the horizon as a crater of fused glass and twisted metal, the remains of what had been West Tech research facility before being hit by multiple nuclear warheads during the Great War. The direct strikes had been intended to destroy the facility and whatever research was being conducted there, creating a blast zone so heavily irradiated that nothing could survive extended exposure without massive doses of anti-radiation medication. The crater itself glowed faintly in the darkness, giving the location its name through literal rather than metaphorical description. The radiation levels measured by the Pip-Boy's Geiger counter exceeded anything the Vault Dweller had encountered, the steady clicking becoming a frantic chatter that indicated immediate danger. The descent into the Glow required both physical courage to face the obvious dangers and psychological courage to overcome the natural instinct to flee from something so clearly deadly. The rope that lowered the Vault Dweller into the crater provided no safety beyond preventing the immediate drop, offering no protection from the radiation that saturated the entire area. The protective medications helped, but could not eliminate the nausea and weakness that came from absorbing doses of radiation that would be lethal without treatment. Every minute spent in the Glow was shortening lifespan in ways that might not be reversible even with the best medical care. The interior of the facility was preserved in the moment of its destruction. Equipment frozen in various states of operation or failure, the bodies of scientists and soldiers who had died when the bombs fell, still lying where they had fallen decades earlier. The Brotherhood paladin who had explored the facility previously had made it to the first level before succumbing to radiation poisoning, his body intact enough to show cause of death and his holotape recording providing evidence that the Brotherhood had indeed sent people to the Glow before, that this test had been administered to others who had all failed to return. The decision to explore beyond the first level, rather than simply retrieving the holotape and leaving, was motivated by the same curiosity that had brought the Vault Dweller to the wasteland in the first place: desire to understand what had happened and what knowledge might be preserved in the facility's computers. The power was dead throughout most of the structure, but restoring it through the reactor controls on the lowest level would allow access to terminals that might contain valuable information. The risk was that restoring power would also activate the security robots that had been dormant since the war, creating combat situations in an already dangerous environment where injury would be particularly problematic. The path through the Glow's multiple levels revealed the history of the forced evolutionary virus through holotapes and terminal entries that documented the research program from its inception through its final days before the bombs fell. The scientists who had worked here had been trying to create a virus that would enhance human immune systems and physical capabilities, making soldiers resistant to biological and chemical weapons, while also improving their strength and endurance. The research had been conducted on animal subjects first, then had progressed to human testing despite ethical concerns that were documented but apparently overruled by military necessity. The progression of the research showed both the promise and the horror of the FEV program. Early animal trials demonstrated that the virus did enhance immunity and physical capabilities in test subjects, making them larger, stronger, and more resistant to disease and environmental stress. But the mutations also caused behavioral changes that made subjects more aggressive and less intelligent, creating creatures that were physically superior but psychologically damaged. The human trials that followed showed similar patterns, with subjects gaining physical enhancements at the cost of mental deterioration, becoming powerful but unable to function as soldiers due to loss of cognitive capability and emotional control. The final entries in the research logs documented growing alarm among some scientists about the military's intention to deploy the virus despite incomplete understanding of its effects and inadequate testing of long-term consequences. The scientists who objected were overruled or removed from the project, replaced with researchers who were more willing to prioritize military applications over scientific caution. The last entries before the facility was destroyed expressed resignation that the research would be used regardless of whether it was ready, that the military's desperation for super soldiers exceeded their concern for the soldiers who would be transformed, or the consequences if the virus spread beyond controlled conditions. The revelation that the FEV research had been relocated to Mariposa military base before the Glow was destroyed provided crucial information about where the virus currently existed and who might be using it. The references to military personnel at Mariposa becoming concerned about the research and the scientists' ethics suggested that some of those soldiers might still be alive, that they might have survived the Great War and could provide additional information. The connection between this research and Harold's story about falling into vats of green substance began to form a pattern that suggested the FEV was not just historical curiosity, but active threat in the current wasteland. The holotapes left by Brotherhood paladins who had explored the Glow in previous years provided evidence that the Brotherhood had been studying the FEV research and understood its importance, that their interest in the facility extended beyond simple technology recovery to specific investigation of what the virus was and how it worked. The deaths of those paladins, in the attempt to retrieve this information suggested both the Brotherhood's dedication to understanding pre-war research and the extreme difficulty of accessing the facility, even with their superior equipment and training. The Vault Dwellers' success in going deeper than previous explorers was due partly to better preparation and partly to luck that radiation exposure had not yet reached lethal levels. The decision to restore power to the facility was calculated risk based on the assessment that the information contained in the computers was valuable enough to justify the danger of reactivating security systems. The robots that came online when power was restored were military-grade security units armed with weapons that could kill an unarmored human in seconds. Their programming focused on eliminating intruders without consideration for surrender or negotiation. The battles through the facility tested the Vault Dwellers' combat capabilities to their limits, requiring careful use of cover and tactical positioning to defeat enemies that were faster, more accurate, and better armored than anything previously encountered. The science skill check that allowed shutdown of the security robots through the facility's central computer saved ammunition and medical supplies that would have been exhausted fighting through all the active units. The elegant solution of using the facility's own systems against it demonstrated the value of knowledge and technical capability over pure combat prowess, showing that wasteland survival required diverse skills rather than specialization in a single area. The successful infiltration and escape from the Glow established the Vault Dwellers' reputation as someone capable of extraordinary feats, surviving conditions that had killed Brotherhood paladins with superior equipment and training. The return to the Brotherhood bunker with evidence of reaching the Glow fulfilled the letter of their test, while demonstrating that the Vault Dweller possessed capabilities that exceeded what the Brotherhood had expected from a Vault Dweller with no wasteland experience. The initiation into the Brotherhood as an initiate, the lowest rank in their hierarchy, came with access to their facilities and resources, but not their trust or full membership. The organization's structure was explicitly hierarchical, with initiates serving scribes and knights who in turn answered to paladins who reported to elders. The military organization reflected the Brotherhood's origins as United States Army personnel who had maintained military culture and discipline even after the government they had served ceased to exist. The Brotherhood's fortress was a marvel of preserved pre-war infrastructure combined with post-war scavenging and maintenance, creating a facility that was far more advanced than anything else in the wasteland. The living quarters were clean and well-maintained. The common areas were organized and functional. The technical sections contained equipment that most survivors would not recognize, much less know how to operate. The library was perhaps the most impressive area, containing holotapes and physical documents that preserved scientific, technical, and historical knowledge from before the war. The collection was not comprehensive, but it was substantial, representing decades of effort to recover and preserve information from ruins across the wasteland. The Brotherhood's philosophy of technology preservation was explained through conversations with various members who were willing to discuss their organization's purpose and methods. The core belief was that advanced technology had enabled the Great War, and that preventing future wars required controlling access to the most dangerous weapons and knowledge. The Brotherhood saw themselves as guardians who would preserve technology until humanity was ready to use it responsibly, though their criteria for determining when that readiness had been achieved was never clearly articulated. The criticism that they were hoarding rather than sharing was deflected with arguments that giving advanced weapons to raiders or desperate survivors would only lead to more violence and death. The contradiction between the Brotherhood's stated goal of preventing technological warfare and their own heavy armament was not lost on some members who questioned whether accumulating military power actually served peace or simply created another faction capable of dominating others through superior force. These internal debates were conducted quietly and did not challenge the leadership's authority, but they suggested that the Brotherhood was not ideologically unified, and that different members had different visions of what the organization should become. The tension between isolation and engagement with the wider wasteland was particularly pronounced among younger members who had been born after the war and who questioned whether hiding in bunkers actually helped anyone. The enhancement surgery offered by the Brotherhood's medical staff represented one of the few ways that the organization shared its advanced technology with initiates, using pre-war medical knowledge and equipment to improve physical and mental capabilities beyond natural human limits. The procedures were expensive in both caps and recovery time, requiring weeks for full healing, while the body adapted to whatever modifications had been made. The improvements were permanent and significant, increasing strength or intelligence or perception in ways that would be impossible through training alone. The availability of such enhancements suggested that the Brotherhood possessed medical technology that far exceeded what wasteland doctors could provide. The sparring training offered by the Brotherhood's combat instructors provided skill increases that reflected the organization's systematic approach to warfare, teaching techniques that had been developed and refined over decades of military experience. The instruction was professional and impersonal, focused on effective methods, rather than building personal relationships between instructor and student. The lessons emphasized discipline, efficiency, and the importance of controlling violence rather than simply being capable of it. The philosophy was that anyone could learn to kill, but warriors learned when killing was necessary and how to accomplish it with minimum resource expenditure and collateral damage. High Elder Roger Maxson was an old man whose age reflected the decades that had passed since he had led his soldiers in rebellion against the United States government and founded the Brotherhood from those who followed him into the wasteland. His perspective on the organization's purpose was shaped by having witnessed the worst of pre-war America's crimes. Having seen what supposedly moral government was willing to do in pursuit of military advantage. His conviction that technology needed to be controlled rather than shared was based on direct experience with how advanced capabilities enabled atrocities, how the ability to create super soldiers led to human experimentation without consent, how nuclear weapons led to nuclear war. Maxson's story of the rebellion at Mariposa military base provided context for the Brotherhood's origins and explained why the organization was structured as military unit rather than civilian society. The soldiers who had followed Maxson had been trained as military personnel and continued operating under military discipline because that was what they knew and what worked for maintaining order in chaotic conditions. The transformation from rebel unit to independent organization had required creating new purpose and identity separate from the government they had rejected, leading to the philosophy of technology preservation that defined the Brotherhood's mission. The diary that Maxson had maintained during the final days before the Great War and the early period afterward was available in the Brotherhood's library, preserving his contemporary thoughts rather than filtered memories shaped by decades of subsequent experience. The entries revealed a man struggling with the decision to defy lawful authority based on moral conviction that his government had become criminal, weighing his duty to follow orders against his duty to prevent atrocities. The progression from loyal soldier to rebel leader was documented through entries that showed increasing horror at what was being done at Mariposa and increasing certainty that continuing to enable those crimes would make him complicit in them. The final mission that the Brotherhood assigned to the Vault Dweller was reconnaissance of the super mutant activity that had been reported in the north, investigating reports that heavily armed and armored humanoids were operating out of some installation and conducting raids on settlements. The Brotherhood's leadership was concerned that these super mutants might represent a military threat that would eventually challenge the Brotherhood's security but they were unwilling to commit forces to investigation without better intelligence about numbers, capabilities, and intentions. The assignment to the Vault Dweller reflected both the Brotherhood's caution about committing resources and their willingness to risk an initiate's life rather than a paladin's. The departure from the Brotherhood bunker to investigate the super mutant threat marked a transition in the Vault Dweller's quest from searching for a water chip to engaging with larger threats that affected the entire wasteland. The super mutants represented something more dangerous than raiders or creatures, an organized force with purpose and direction that extended beyond simple survival or local dominance. The connection between these super mutants and the FEV research discovered at the Glow suggested that pre-war technology was actively being used to transform humans, rather than simply being preserved or scavenged for parts. The implications of discovering that someone was creating super mutants intentionally would reshape the Vault Dweller's understanding of what dangers the wasteland contained, and what would be required to ensure that Vault 13's water chip was not simply a temporary solution to deeper problems. The road to Necropolis led northeast from the hub through territory that was among the most contaminated in Southern California, following what had been Highway 58 through the ruins of Bakersfield toward a city that most wasteland survivors avoided through combination of superstition and rational fear of radiation exposure. The journey required 3 days of careful navigation through areas where the Geiger counter's clicking became almost continuous background noise, where the landscape itself seemed poisoned beyond recovery, where even the hardy desert plants that thrived elsewhere struggled to maintain purchase in soil, saturated with radioactive particles that had settled from the fallout clouds decades earlier. The city that emerged from the haze of heat and radiation was a necropolis in both name and nature, a place of the dead that had been repurposed by the living dead, where ghouls had established their society among the ruins of the humans they had once been. The buildings were largely intact compared to other pre-war settlements, their structures having survived the initial nuclear strikes well enough to provide shelter, even if their original inhabitants had not survived the radiation that followed. The streets were empty of movement during the day, the ghoul population preferring to avoid sunlight that made their damaged skin more painful, creating an atmosphere of abandonment that was deceptive given the number of residents who sheltered in basements and shadowed buildings. The ghouls who eventually emerged to confront the Vault Dwellers' approach were unlike anything that Vault education had prepared them to encounter. The textbooks had mentioned radiation-induced mutations in abstract terms, discussing how exposure to sufficient doses could damage DNA and cause physical changes in surviving organisms. But the reality of seeing humans whose skin had been turned leathery and necrotic, whose features had been distorted by tissue damage and mutation, whose bodies showed the accumulated effects of decades of living with radiation levels that should have been lethal, was visceral in ways that academic knowledge could not capture. The instinctive revulsion that the Vault Dweller felt was immediately followed by shame at that revulsion, recognition that these were people whose suffering exceeded anything that justified treating them as monsters rather than victims. The initial contact with Necropolis's ghoul population was tense, but not immediately hostile, the ghouls apparently accustomed to occasional human visitors, despite the isolation that their appearance imposed. The questions they asked were similar to those asked by humans in other settlements. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want here? The Vault Dwellers' answers were met with suspicion that seemed justified given the prejudice that ghouls faced from baseline humans who viewed them as abominations rather than survivors. The permission to enter Necropolis came with warnings that causing trouble or showing disrespect would result in immediate expulsion, or worse, that the ghouls might be willing to tolerate human presence, but would not accept human arrogance or violence. The social structure of Necropolis reflected the unique circumstances of ghoul existence, organized around the reality that they were people whose physical transformation had separated them from mainstream human society, while their mental faculties remained largely intact. The leader was a ghoul named Set, whose personality combined paranoia about external threats with genuine concern for his community's welfare. His authority was based on having been among the first to emerge from Vault 12 after the radiation exposure that created the ghoul population, on having organized survival efforts during the chaotic early period when newly transformed ghouls struggled to understand what had happened to them and whether their condition was permanent or terminal. Set's initial conversation with the Vault Dweller revealed the defensive mindset that decades of rejection and isolation had created in Necropolis's ghoul population. He assumed that human visitors came either to exploit ghouls or to attack them, that baseline humans viewed ghouls as resources to be used or threats to be eliminated, rather than as people deserving of basic respect. His willingness to allow the Vault Dweller to remain in Necropolis was pragmatic rather than welcoming, based on calculation that turning away all human contact would be more dangerous than allowing monitored interaction. The ghouls needed trade relationships for supplies they could not manufacture themselves, needed information about the wider wasteland that their isolation prevented them from gathering directly. The problem that dominated Set's concerns was not human prejudice, but super mutant presence. Heavily armed and armored soldiers who had arrived in Necropolis months earlier and established themselves in the city's watershed facility. The super mutants had not attacked the ghouls directly, but their presence was threatening through implication that they could attack whenever they chose, that the ghouls existed at the super mutants' sufferance rather than through their own strength. Set's inability to remove the super mutants reflected the military limitations of ghoul society, which lacked both the weapons and the organization to challenge a well-armed force occupying fortified position. The ghouls had become prisoners in their own city, confined to certain areas while the super mutants controlled others. The super mutant squad occupying the watershed was led by a lieutenant whose name was Harry, though this information would only emerge through later conversation. The Vault Dweller's initial approach to the facility was cautious to the point of paranoia, expecting immediate violence from creatures that wasteland rumors described as aggressive and dangerous. The surprise came when the super mutants did not immediately attack, instead challenging the Vault Dweller's presence with questions that suggested curiosity rather than hostility. Harry's confusion about whether the Vault Dweller was human or robot revealed the super mutants' limited intelligence, suggesting that the transformation that gave them physical power had cost them mental acuity. Harry's explanation of his presence in Necropolis was delivered with the straightforward simplicity of someone whose thinking operated on concrete rather than abstract level. He had been ordered by his commander, referred to only as the lieutenant, to observe Necropolis and report on the ghoul population's activities and capabilities. The mission was reconnaissance rather than conquest, gathering information about a settlement that might eventually be targeted for some purpose that Harry did not fully understand or feel authorized to explain. His willingness to discuss this mission with the Vault Dweller reflected either complete confidence that a lone human posed no threat to super mutant operations, or complete failure to recognize that sharing operational intelligence with strangers might compromise mission security. The Vault Dweller's deception about being a robot rather than human succeeded through combination of Harry's limited intelligence and the super mutant's apparent unfamiliarity with pre-war technology. The Vault suit and Pip-Boy were unusual enough in appearance to support the claim that they were robotic components rather than clothing and equipment worn by a human. Harry's acceptance of this explanation without demanding proof demonstrated the cognitive limitations that accompanied super mutant physical enhancement, showing that whatever process created them had traded mental capacity for strength and durability. The successful deception allowed the Vault Dweller to move freely through areas controlled by super mutants without triggering the violence that would have resulted from being identified as human. The exploration of Necropolis's layout revealed a city that had been built around Vault 12, with the vault's entrance integrated into the municipal infrastructure in ways that suggested the vault had been designed to eventually open and contribute to the city rather than remaining isolated indefinitely. This was unusual compared to vaults like Vault 13 that were hidden in remote locations, suggesting that Vault 12 had been intended to serve different experimental purpose than simple isolation. The integration of Vault and City also meant that control of the vault entrance gave access to systems that served the entire settlement, including the water processing facility that was now the source of conflict between ghouls and super mutants. The watershed building that housed Necropolis's water purification systems was a substantial pre-war structure that had been built to serve a population far larger than the current ghoul community. The machinery inside was a combination of mechanical filtration, chemical treatment, and other processes that transformed contaminated groundwater into something approaching potability. The system was failing not through catastrophic breakdown but through accumulated wear that had degraded performance below the threshold needed to sustain the population. The ghouls had been attempting to repair the equipment with limited success, their technical knowledge insufficient to diagnose and fix complex problems in systems that had been designed by engineers with decades of training. The water chip that controlled the purification process was identical in design to the one that had failed in Vault 13, confirming what the water merchants had suggested about Necropolis being a potential source for the replacement component. The chip was installed in control systems that monitored water quality and adjusted treatment processes automatically, serving as the brain that kept the entire watershed functioning properly. Without a functioning chip, the system operated in degraded manual mode that required constant attention and produced water of inconsistent quality. The ghouls had been using Vault 12's water chip to supplement their failing watershed, creating a situation where removing that chip would doom the ghoul population to the same water crisis that threatened Vault 13. The moral dilemma that confronted the Vault Dweller was straightforward in its brutality. Take the water chip and save Vault 13 while condemning Necropolis's ghoul population to die of thirst, or leave the chip and return to Vault 13 empty-handed, while 150 Vault Dwellers died instead. The calculus of lives suggested that Vault 13's larger population made saving them the utilitarian choice, but that calculation ignored the fact that the ghouls had done nothing to deserve death, while Vault Dwellers had at least chosen to send someone into the wasteland, knowing that others might suffer as consequence. The decision was complicated by the possibility of repairing the watershed's original pump, which would eliminate the ghouls' need for the vault's water chip and allow both communities to survive. The technical challenge of repairing the watershed's pump required skills that Vault Education had provided, but which the Vault Dweller had never applied in practical situations where mistakes would have immediate consequences. The pump's failure was due to worn seals and damaged bearings that needed replacement with parts that either had to be fabricated from available materials or scavenged from other equipment. The work was time-consuming and physically demanding, requiring hours of disassembly and careful reconstruction, while dealing with machinery that had been designed for professional maintenance by trained engineers. The successful repair was as much luck as skill, the replacement parts functioning well enough to restore the pump to minimal operational capacity, even if the repair would not last indefinitely without proper replacement components. The decision to repair the pump, rather than simply taking the water chip, reflected values that Vault life had instilled. Despite the moral compromises that wasteland survival had required, the Vault Dweller had killed people for caps, had participated in criminal enterprises, had made choices that prioritized personal benefit over abstract principles. But allowing an entire community to die when alternative solution existed exceeded the threshold of acceptable behavior, requiring a level of callousness that had not yet been achieved through exposure to wastelands' harsh realities. The repair work was not entirely altruistic, as earning the ghouls' gratitude might prove useful, and taking the chip while leaving the pump broken might have consequences if word spread about the Vault Dwellers' actions. But the underlying motivation was simpler than strategic calculation. It felt wrong to kill people who had done nothing to deserve death. The grateful response from Set and other ghoul leaders when the pump was repaired and the water chip was transferred to the Vault Dwellers' possession revealed the depth of their desperation and their surprise that a human would help them rather than exploiting their vulnerability. The ghouls had internalized decades of rejection and abuse from baseline humans, expecting betrayal and violence rather than cooperation and assistance. The Vault Dwellers' actions did not erase that history or transform ghoul-human relations across the wasteland, but they established that individual humans could transcend the prejudice and demonstrate that ghouls deserved recognition as people rather than as monsters or resources. The conversation with Set about the origins of Necropolis's ghoul population revealed the horrifying truth about Vault 12's experimental design. The vault had not been intended to protect its inhabitants from radiation, but to expose them to it in controlled conditions. Studying how humans would adapt to high radiation environments over multiple generations, Vault-Tec had deliberately designed the vault's door to seal improperly, allowing radiation to leak into the vault at levels that were not immediately lethal, but which accumulated over time to cause the mutations that transformed humans into ghouls. The experiment had been disguised as malfunction or accident, with Vault Dwellers not realizing that their suffering was intentional until long after the transformation had occurred. The psychological impact of learning that their condition was not natural disaster or random chance, but deliberate infliction by corporation that had promised to protect them, had shaped ghoul culture in profound ways. The betrayal by Vault-Tec, by the government that had authorized the experiments, by the pre-war civilization that had prioritized scientific curiosity over human welfare, created deep cynicism about institutions and authority that manifested in Set's paranoid leadership style and the ghoul community's defensive isolation. They trusted no one because everyone who had claimed to act in their interests had actually been exploiting them, using them as test subjects in experiments they had never consented to and would never have accepted if given choice. The glowing ones who inhabited Vault 12's deeper levels represented further mutation beyond the standard ghoul condition, their bodies having absorbed so much radiation that they themselves became radioactive. Their presence in the vault made exploration of those areas extremely dangerous, even for regular ghouls who had higher radiation tolerance than baseline humans. The glowing ones were not hostile, but their proximity caused radiation damage through simple exposure, making them effectively toxic to anyone who spent extended time near them. Their existence as living sources of radiation that could not be touched or approached safely was perhaps the most horrifying outcome of Vault-Tec's experiment, demonstrating how far mutation could progress when radiation exposure continued for decades. The super mutant presence in Necropolis took on new significance in light of understanding that the ghouls were victims of deliberate human experimentation rather than random mutation. If super mutants represented similar perversion of humanity through intentional transformation rather than environmental exposure, then both groups were products of pre-war research programs that had prioritized military or scientific goals over human welfare. The parallel suggested that whoever was creating super mutants in the current era was following similar logic to the scientists who had designed Vault 12's experiment, viewing humans as raw material for transformation. rather than as people whose consent and welfare mattered. The investigation of super mutant intentions and origins required careful conversation with Harry and other members of his squad, gathering information through questions that seemed casual rather than interrogatory. The super mutants were surprisingly forthcoming about their purpose and organization, explaining that they served a master who was transforming humans into super mutants as part of a plan to unify humanity into single superior species. The transformation process required pure human subjects who had not been exposed to radiation, as contaminated humans produced inferior results that lacked the full benefits of the change. This explained the super mutants' interest in vaults, which contained populations of radiation-free humans who would be ideal candidates for transformation. The revelation that super mutants were actively seeking vault dwellers for transformation into more super mutants transformed the Vault Dwellers' quest from personal mission to save Vault 13 into existential threat to everyone in the Vault. If the Master learned of Vault 13's location and its population of pure humans, the Vault would be targeted for conversion rather than being left in peace. The water chip that would save the Vault from death by thirst might ultimately enable its destruction through transformation, creating ironic tragedy, where success in one quest enabled failure in larger mission of protecting the Vault's inhabitants. The knowledge that returning to Vault 13 with the water chip might lead super mutants to the Vault created terrible dilemma about whether success in original mission had become failure in terms of actual consequences. The time pressure that had defined the Vault Dwellers' quest now operated at multiple levels simultaneously. The immediate deadline for returning the water chip to Vault 13 before the backup systems failed remained urgent, measuring survival in days or weeks. But the longer-term threat from super mutants operated on slower timeline, though one that was no less lethal in its ultimate implications. The Master's plan to transform humanity into super mutants would presumably take years or decades to accomplish, but discovering Vault 13's location could accelerate that timeline dramatically for the Vault's residents. The strategic question was whether to rush back with the water chip immediately or to investigate the super mutant threat further before returning. The decision to continue investigating super mutants rather than immediately returning to Vault 13 with the water chip was justified through rationalization that understanding the threat was necessary for protecting the Vault in long term, that saving everyone from thirst but leaving them vulnerable to transformation would be incomplete victory. The more honest assessment was that the Vault Dweller had become invested in the wider wasteland beyond simply completing the assigned mission, that the relationships established with Shady Sands and the Hub and now Necropolis created obligations that extended beyond Vault 13's survival. The transformation from Vault Dweller to Wasteland Hero was occurring without conscious intention, driven by circumstances that kept expanding the scope of what needed to be addressed before returning home. The payment of caps to the water merchants to establish caravan route to Vault 13 provided both practical solution to the immediate water crisis and psychological relief from the deadline pressure that had dominated every decision since leaving the Vault. The 2,000 caps represented most of the wealth that the Vault Dweller had accumulated through various means, legal and illegal. But the investment bought 100 days of additional time that could be used to investigate super mutants without worrying that everyone in Vault 13 was dying of thirst. The caravan route also established formal connection between Vault 13 and the wider wasteland, ending the isolation that had characterized the Vault's existence since the Great War. The Ghoul perspective on human society and wasteland politics provided insights that baseline humans either could not or would not share. Set explained that ghouls were viewed as abominations by most human communities, denied entry to settlements, or attacked on sight despite having committed no crimes beyond surviving radiation exposure. The discrimination was based on appearance rather than behavior, on instinctive human revulsion to physical deformity, rather than rational assessment of threat or character. The ghouls had responded to this rejection by isolating themselves in places like Necropolis, where humans would not come, creating separate society that existed parallel to but largely disconnected from baseline human civilization. The potential for cooperation between ghouls and humans was demonstrated by the Vault Dwellers' interactions in Necropolis, but remained largely theoretical in broader wasteland society where prejudice and fear dominated. The economic and social benefits of integration were obvious to anyone who thought rationally about resource allocation and division of labor, but emotions and instincts proved stronger than logic when people confronted ghouls in person. The ghoul leaders understood this and had largely stopped attempting to force integration, focusing instead on maintaining their separate communities and trading only with humans who could overcome their revulsion long enough to conduct business. The warning that Set provided about the super mutant threat was based on intelligence gathered through careful observation of Harry's squad and their activities in Necropolis. The super mutants were organized and disciplined in ways that suggested military training and centralized command structure rather than loose tribal organization. They communicated regularly with their superiors through radio equipment that indicated access to pre-war technology and expertise to maintain it. Their weapons were standardized and well-maintained rather than improvised or scavenged. Everything about their operation suggested that they represented advanced forces for larger organization with significant resources and long-term strategic goals. The time limit that had been extended through payment to water merchants was now being consumed by investigation of super mutant activities rather than immediate return to Vault 13. The days passed in gathering information, talking to various inhabitants of Necropolis, observing super mutant patrols, and building understanding of the threat that this master posed to the wasteland's scattered human settlements. Each day was justified as necessary investment in understanding that would enable more effective response to the threat, but each day also postponed the return to Vault 13 and extended the Vault Dwellers' time in the wasteland among people and problems that felt increasingly important. The departure from Necropolis carried mixed feelings of accomplishment and foreboding. The water chip quest had been completed. The immediate mission that the Overseer had assigned was technically successful, but the knowledge about super mutants and their master transformed simple supply mission into reconnaissance of existential threat that would require much more than returning with replacement component. The Vault Dweller had saved 2 communities from water shortage, but had discovered threat that endangered every human settlement in Southern California. The innocent who had left Vault 13, seeking only to preserve their home, had become warrior and diplomat and investigator, someone whose actions affected thousands of people across the wasteland rather than just the 150 residents of a single vault. The journey southwest from Necropolis toward the Boneyard required 5 days of travel through territory that showed increasing evidence of pre-war population density, the ruins becoming more frequent and substantial as the Vault Dweller approached what had been the Los Angeles metropolitan area. The landscape transformed from desert punctuated by occasional structures to urban wasteland where buildings outnumbered open spaces, where the skeleton of a city remained visible beneath decades of decay and neglect. The scale of destruction was difficult to comprehend even after months in the wasteland. The sheer magnitude of what had been lost when millions of people and their accumulated civilization were vaporized or irradiated into oblivion in the span of hours. The Boneyard announced itself through the density of wreckage that gave the settlement its name. Vast fields of rubble and twisted metal that stretched to the horizon in every direction. The the bones of Los Angeles scattered across the landscape like remains of some enormous creature that had died and been picked clean by scavengers. The ruins were not empty, but inhabited, people living in structures that had been stabilized enough to provide shelter, communities establishing themselves in pockets of relative safety among the devastation. The population was larger than any settlement the Vault Dweller had encountered except the Hub, perhaps several thousand people scattered across the ruins, in various factions and neighborhoods that operated with varying degrees of cooperation or hostility. The territorial divisions within the boneyard reflected both geographic features and political realities that had developed over decades of post-war settlement. The district, called Aditum, occupied a relatively intact section that had been fortified and organized, presenting itself as the legitimate government of the boneyard and claiming authority over surrounding areas that it lacked practical ability to control. The Blades were a gang that controlled territory in another section, organized around principles that combined self-defense with community service in ways that separated them from purely predatory raider groups. The followers of the apocalypse maintained a library and medical facility in yet another area, pursuing humanitarian mission that seemed almost naive given the wasteland's harsh realities. The Gunrunners occupied a fortified compound surrounded by radioactive sludge, manufacturing weapons for sale to anyone with sufficient caps. The approach to Aditum required crossing through contested territory where various factions maintained uncertain control, requiring constant awareness of boundaries and the potential for stumbling into situations where the Vault Dweller's presence might be interpreted as hostile or threatening. The guards at Aditum's entrance were better equipped and more professional than those at most settlements, wearing matching armor and carrying standardized weapons that suggested organized military rather than improvised militia. Their questions for entering travelers were more thorough than usual, wanting to know not just immediate business, but background, origin, and intentions for visiting the district. The scrutiny suggested either justified paranoia about security threats or excessive control that extended beyond reasonable precautions. The interior of Aditum was remarkably clean and organized compared to most wasteland settlements. The streets maintained, and the buildings kept in good repair through labor that was clearly being directed by central authority. The residents moved through their daily routines with the kind of orderly efficiency that suggested either strong community cohesion or heavy-handed enforcement of behavioral standards. The atmosphere was simultaneously reassuring and unsettling, providing obvious evidence of successful governance, while also raising questions about what methods were being used to maintain such order in an environment where most communities struggled with basic security and resource allocation. The regulators who maintained order in Aditum were presented as security force that protected residents from external threats, particularly from the Blades gang that allegedly terrorized surrounding areas and occasionally raided into Aditum's territory. The regulators' leader was a man named Zimmerman, whose official title and actual authority were never clearly explained, but who clearly wielded significant power over Aditum's governance and operations. His public statements emphasized the protection that the regulators provided and the sacrifices that Aditum's residents made to maintain their civilized community against the chaos that surrounded them. The narrative was compelling and would have been credible if not for subtle signs that something about the situation was fundamentally wrong. The residents of Aditum displayed behavior patterns that suggested fear alongside the orderly cooperation that characterized their public interactions. Conversations were carefully guarded, with people reluctant to discuss politics or express opinions about the regulators or Zimmerman's leadership. The work assignments that organized daily life seemed to be enforced with more coercion than the volunteer cooperation that was claimed in official explanations. The distribution of resources appeared unequal, in ways that benefited regulators and their associates while leaving ordinary residents with minimal supplies. The accumulation of small observations created impression of authoritarian control masquerading as protective governance. The mayor of Adytum was an older man whose grief and confusion were immediately apparent in his conversations about his son's recent death. According to the official story provided by the regulators, his son had been killed by the Blades during a raid on Adytum's territory, murdered by gang members who opposed the settlement's attempts to bring order to the boneyard. The mayor's acceptance of this explanation was based on trust in the regulators and absence of alternative information, his grief making him vulnerable to manipulation by those who claimed to share his desire for justice. His call for action against the Blades was emotionally powerful, but based on false narrative that served Zimmerman's interests, rather than reflecting actual circumstances. The journey to meet the Blades required traveling through the ruins between Adytum and their territory, navigating streets that were less maintained and more dangerous than Adytum's controlled areas. The transition was gradual but noticeable, orderly settlement, giving way to more chaotic environment where survival depended on individual capability rather than collective security. The expectation based on Adytum's propaganda was that the Blades' territory would be lawless and threatening, controlled by violent criminals who preyed on anyone who entered their domain. The reality was different in ways that immediately challenged the narrative that the regulators had constructed. The Blades' compound was fortified, but the defenses were oriented toward protection rather than aggression, designed to keep threats out rather than to serve as base for offensive operations. The gang members who guarded the entrance were cautious but not hostile, questioning the vault dwellers' intentions without assuming malicious purpose. The interior showed a community that was struggling with limited resources but which maintained cooperation and mutual support rather than the predatory hierarchy that characterized actual raider groups. The people here were defenders of their territory rather than aggressors against others, organized for survival in hostile environment rather than for exploitation of weaker communities. The leader of the Blades was a woman named Razor, whose name suggested violence, but whose demeanor reflected intelligence and strategic thinking that extended beyond simple combat capability. Her explanation of the conflict with Adytum reversed the narrative that the regulators had promoted, describing how Zimmerman had been gradually consolidating power through manipulation and violence, how the regulators had killed the mayor's son when he discovered evidence of their crimes, how the Blades were actually fighting against authoritarian takeover of the boneyard rather than threatening peaceful settlement. The story was supported by physical evidence in the form of holotapes and documents that Razor had acquired, recordings that proved the regulators' guilt and contradicted their official narrative. The decision about which faction to support in the Adytum conflict required assessing contradictory claims from groups that both presented themselves as defenders of civilization against barbarism. The superficial evidence favored Adytum, whose order and cleanliness suggested successful governance compared to the Blades' more chaotic appearance. But deeper examination revealed that Adytum's order was maintained through fear and deception, that the regulators were using protection racket tactics while presenting themselves as legitimate security force. The Blades' apparent chaos was actually resilience in the face of hostile pressure, community that maintained cohesion, despite lacking resources and facing constant threats from better-equipped enemies. The evidence that Razor provided included recordings of conversations between regulators discussing their operations, planning how to maintain control over Adytum through manipulation of the mayor and elimination of potential threats to their authority. The tapes documented the murder of the mayor's son, showing that he had been killed not by the Blades but by regulators who feared that his investigation would expose their criminal enterprise. The recordings also revealed that Zimmerman had been systematically eliminating anyone who questioned his authority, creating a climate of fear that ensured compliance from residents who understood that dissent carried lethal consequences. The strategic challenge of confronting the regulators was complicated by their superior equipment and defensive position within Aditum, where they could call on resources and reinforcements that the Blades lacked. Direct assault would be costly in lives and might fail even if successful, potentially resulting in civilian casualties among Aditum's residents, who were victims rather than perpetrators of the regulators' crimes. The alternative was to undermine the regulators' authority by revealing the truth to Aditum's residents, providing evidence that would turn popular support against Zimmerman and force the regulators to either surrender or fight without the legitimacy that had enabled their control. The decision to arm the Blades before attempting to liberate Aditum required first securing weapons from the Gunrunners, the manufacturing operation that supplied much of the Boneyard's military hardware. The Gunrunners' compound was an impressive demonstration of post-war industrial capability, combining salvaged pre-war equipment with improvised manufacturing techniques to produce weapons that were reliable, if not sophisticated. The facility was surrounded by a moat of radioactive sludge that provided better security than any wall could offer. The toxic barrier, ensuring that attackers would die from radiation exposure before reaching the fortifications. Gabriel, the gunrunner leader, was a pragmatic businessman who cared more about profit than politics, willing to sell weapons to anyone who could pay regardless of what they intended to do with those weapons. His operations supplied both the regulators and their enemies, maintaining neutrality that maximized his market, while avoiding entanglement in conflicts that might threaten his business. The proposition to supply the Blades with weapons was acceptable if the Vault Dweller could eliminate the Deathclaw threat that was disrupting gunrunner operations, a practical exchange of services that required no moral judgment about the Boneyard's political situation. The Deathclaw nest was located in the ruins between the gunrunner's compound and the wider Boneyard, a den where the creatures had established themselves and from which they hunted across surrounding territory. The Deathclaws were the apex predators of the wasteland, massive reptilian creatures whose combination of size, speed, strength, and intelligence made them more dangerous than anything else that had evolved or been created in the post-war world. The mutations that created them had produced something that seemed designed by malicious intelligence to be perfect killing machines, fast enough to catch fleeing prey, strong enough to tear through armor, smart enough to coordinate attacks and learn from experience. The initial encounter with Deathclaws guarding the nest's entrance confirmed everything that wasteland rumors had suggested about their capabilities. The creatures moved with speed that seemed impossible for their size, closing distance in seconds that should have allowed for multiple shots but which passed in blur of motion and violence. Their claws could shred leather armor with single swipes, and their teeth could crush bone with ease. The fight was desperate and nearly fatal. Survival, depending on lucky critical hits and the companion's willingness to draw attention while the Vault Dweller reloaded and repositioned. The victory was narrow enough to make continuing into the nest seem like suicidal stupidity rather than calculated risk. The interior of the Deathclaw nest was a cavern system that showed evidence of intelligence in how the creatures had organized their space, creating areas for different purposes rather than simply occupying whatever caves they found. The deeper chambers contained the mother Deathclaw and her eggs, representing both the greatest danger and the actual objective that would prevent future Deathclaw generations from terrorizing the area. The mother was larger and more dangerous than the guards outside, her maternal instinct making her more aggressive and her experience making her more tactically sophisticated. The battle tested every combat skill the Vault Dweller had developed, requiring constant movement and careful ammunition management, and liberal use of stimpaks to survive damage that would have been instantly lethal without immediate treatment. The decision to destroy the Deathclaw eggs after killing the mother represented extermination of creatures that had not yet harmed anyone, but which would inevitably become threats if allowed to hatch. The moral consideration was brief, because the Deathclaws were not people, and their existence created danger that outweighed any theoretical right to life that unhatched eggs might possess. The practical consideration was that leaving the eggs intact would mean returning in the future to fight adult Deathclaws, repeating the dangerous confrontation rather than permanently solving the problem. The eggs were destroyed methodically and without ceremony, each one representing a future threat eliminated before it could materialize. The return to the gunrunners with proof of the Deathclaw nest's destruction fulfilled the contract and secured weapons for the blades, creating the military capability needed to challenge the regulator's control of Aditum. The weapons were a substantial upgrade from what the blades had been using, including rifles with better range and accuracy than the improvised firearms that characterized most wasteland arsenals. The delivery of weapons transformed the tactical situation from hopeless mismatch to at least somewhat even confrontation, giving the blades realistic chance of success in battle against better trained opponents who retained advantages in armor and defensive position. The confrontation with the mayor of Aditum to reveal the truth about his son's murder was emotionally brutal in its necessity, forcing a grief-stricken father to confront evidence that the people he trusted had killed his child and lied about it to manipulate him. The holotapes were played in his presence, letting him hear regulators discussing the murder in their own words, making denial impossible even for someone who desperately wanted to believe in the protective narrative that had given meaning to his son's death. The psychological impact of learning that his grief had been weaponized against him, that he had been calling for vengeance against innocent people while the actual murderers claimed his trust, broke something fundamental in the mayor's worldview. The mayor's response to the revelation was not immediate action but shocked withdrawal, his mind struggling to process information that contradicted everything he had believed about Aditum's government and his own judgment. The transformation from grieving father seeking justice to broken man who had been manipulated into serving his son's murderers was painful to witness, but necessary for undermining the regulator's authority. His eventual public denunciation of Zimmerman and the regulators carried weight that no outside accusations could have matched, turning Aditum's population against the security force that had claimed to protect them while actually exploiting and oppressing them. The battle for Aditum began when the Blades moved into the district with their new weapons and the mayor's support, confronting regulators who suddenly found themselves facing armed opposition backed by the population they had been controlling. The fighting was concentrated around regulator positions and lasted several hours. The disciplined security force eventually overwhelmed by superior numbers and the loss of popular support that had been essential to their control. Zimmerman died during the fighting, killed while attempting to flee rather than surrendering to face justice for his crimes. The other regulators were captured or killed, their organization destroyed, and their authority permanently eliminated. The aftermath of the battle left Aditum in political chaos that would require time and effort to resolve, the settlement having to rebuild governance structures without the regulators who had provided order, even while exploiting their position. The Blades were not interested in replacing one authoritarian regime with another, and withdrew after ensuring that the regulators were eliminated, leaving Aditum's residents to determine their own future. The mayor was too damaged psychologically to resume effective leadership, his authority undermined by his own recognition that he had been catastrophically wrong about fundamental questions of governance and justice. The settlement would eventually stabilize under new leadership, but the immediate period was marked by uncertainty and struggle. The followers of the apocalypse represented a different approach to rebuilding civilization, focusing on preservation and transmission of knowledge rather than military power or economic control. Their library in the boneyard was a treasure trove of pre-war books and documents that they had collected through decades of scavenging ruins and trading with other communities. The medical facility they maintained provided healthcare to anyone regardless of ability to pay, operating on humanitarian principles that seemed impractical in a wasteland where most communities struggled to provide for their own members, much less assist outsiders. The organization's philosophy emphasized education and cooperation as foundations for rebuilding civilization, believing that knowledge and mutual aid were more important than weapons and fortifications. Nicole, the follower leader, was an idealist whose dedication to humanitarian principles had not been broken by years of witnessing wasteland cruelty and suffering. Her belief that people were fundamentally capable of cooperation and that education could overcome the violence and exploitation that characterized post-war society was either admirable naivety or profound wisdom, depending on whether one believed human nature was fixed or malleable. Her willingness to help anyone who sought knowledge or medical care without demanding payment or political allegiance demonstrated commitment to principles that most wasteland survivors had abandoned as impractical luxuries that survival could not afford. The followers' suspicion about the children of the Cathedral represented a rare case of humanitarian organization, recognizing potential threat and taking action to investigate, rather than simply hoping that good intentions would be sufficient protection. The children presented themselves as a religious organization dedicated to spiritual enlightenment and community service, operating a cathedral in the boneyard that provided food and shelter to those in need. But the followers had observed suspicious activities around the cathedral, including Nightkin supermutants coming and going from the facility, suggesting that the religious facade concealed something more sinister. The request for assistance investigating the cathedral came with acknowledgement that direct confrontation might be necessary if the children proved to be as dangerous as suspected. The recruitment of Katja as companion came through the followers' recommendation, introducing someone whose combat capability was combined with medical knowledge and commitment to humanitarian principles that the organization valued. Her motivation for joining the investigation of the cathedral was based on belief that protecting vulnerable people from exploitation was moral obligation that justified violence when necessary, that sometimes fighting was required to prevent greater harm. Her perspective balanced the idealism of the followers with pragmatic recognition that not all problems could be solved through education and cooperation, that some threats required forceful response to protect innocent people from predatory organizations. The exploration of the boneyard's ruins revealed the scale of what had been lost when Los Angeles was destroyed. The massive urban infrastructure that had sustained millions of people reduced to radioactive rubble that would take centuries to clear, even if anyone had the resources and motivation to attempt reconstruction. The pre-war city had been one of the largest metropolitan areas in the world, a center of entertainment industry and military manufacturing and diverse economy that touched almost every aspect of American life. The obliteration of that city and its population represented loss that exceeded calculation, millions of individual lives, and their accumulated knowledge and culture simply erased from existence in the hours when nuclear fire consumed civilization. The survivors who inhabited the boneyard had built their communities in the shadow of that loss, creating small islands of human activity among ruins that testified to the incomprehensible scale of what had been destroyed. The psychological impact of living among such devastation shaped wasteland culture in ways that were difficult for vault dwellers to fully understand, creating worldview based on fragility rather than permanence, on improvisation rather than planning, on survival rather than prosperity. The people here had learned that everything could be taken away instantly, that security was temporary illusion, that the proper response to loss was not despair, but continued effort to rebuild whatever could be salvaged from the wreckage. The relationship between the various boneyard factions after the Regulators' defeat was complex and would require ongoing negotiation to prevent new conflicts from emerging. The Blades had demonstrated military capability that made them powerful force, but their limited resources and defensive orientation prevented them from dominating the entire area. The Gunrunners provided weapons to multiple factions and had no interest in political control that might threaten their profitable neutrality. The followers of the apocalypse lacked military power but wielded influence through their medical services and educational programs that multiple communities valued. Aditum's population was largest, but was also most disorganized after losing the governmental structure that had oppressed them, while also providing basic services. The Vault Dwellers' role in resolving the Aditum conflict established reputation across the Boneyard as someone capable of understanding complex political situations and taking effective action to support just outcomes rather than simply pursuing personal advantage. The reputation was both asset and liability, opening doors to cooperation with various factions while also creating expectations that the Vault Dweller would continue intervening in conflicts that were not directly related to the original mission of finding Water Chip. The transformation from simple supply runner to someone whose actions affected the political landscape of entire settlements was occurring without conscious planning, driven by circumstances that kept presenting choices where inaction seemed morally unacceptable despite practical arguments for focusing exclusively on Vault 13's survival. The time spent in the Boneyard consumed weeks that brought the extended water deadline closer, while also providing education about wasteland politics and the various approaches communities were taking toward rebuilding civilization. The contrast between authoritarian control in Aditum, gang-based mutual defense among the Blades, humanitarian idealism of the followers, and commercial pragmatism of the Gunrunners demonstrated that no single model dominated, that different communities were experimenting with different solutions to the problem of organizing society without functional government or shared institutions. The diversity of approaches suggested both resilience and fragmentation, humanity's ability to adapt to changed circumstances combined with inability to coordinate efforts at scale needed to address systemic problems. The departure from the Boneyard toward the next phase of investigation into super mutant activities carried mixed feelings about what had been accomplished and what remained undone. The political situation had been improved by eliminating the Regulators, but was not resolved in any permanent sense, requiring continued effort from Boneyard residents to build stable governance and prevent new authoritarian regimes from emerging. The Vault Dwellers' contributions had been significant, but were ultimately limited. One person making difference in specific situation, without addressing underlying conditions that created such conflicts. The pattern of helping individual communities while the larger threat of super mutant transformation loomed over entire wasteland was becoming impossible to ignore, requiring decision about whether to continue focusing on immediate local problems or to confront the systemic threat that endangered everyone regardless of which faction they belonged to or which settlement they called home. The coordinates that the Brotherhood of Steel had provided for investigating super mutant activity pointed to a location in the northern reaches of the wasteland. What had been Mariposa military base before the Great War transformed it from government facility to super mutant stronghold. The journey north from the Boneyard required 6 days of travel through increasingly desolate terrain, following roads that had seen less traffic and therefore less maintenance than the southern routes connecting major settlements. The isolation was both reassuring and ominous, suggesting that whatever existed at Mariposa had either not yet expanded its influence southward or was deliberately maintaining low profile while building strength for future operations. The landscape through which the Vault Dweller traveled showed different patterns of destruction than the urban devastation of the Boneyard, more open spaces where nuclear strikes had targeted specific military installations rather than population centers. The craters were larger and deeper, suggesting that whoever had planned the attack had allocated multiple warheads to ensure complete destruction of whatever research or weapons were stored at these facilities. The radiation levels remained elevated even decades after the war, though not as catastrophically high as the Glow, creating zones that were survivable with proper precautions, but which discouraged casual exploration or settlement. Mariposa Military Base announced itself through the fortifications that surrounded it, concrete bunkers and guard towers that had been designed to withstand conventional military assault and which had survived nuclear attack well enough to remain functional for post-war occupants. The facility had been built into a mountainside with multiple levels extending underground, creating a fortress that could be defended by relatively small force against much larger attacking army. The super mutants who occupied it had inherited defensive position that would have been difficult to assault even with Brotherhood of Steel's advanced equipment and training, making direct military confrontation impractical for the small force that the Vault Dweller commanded. The guards at the base entrance were super mutants whose size and equipment exceeded what had been observed in Necropolis, suggesting either that different super mutants possessed different capabilities, or that the ones assigned to guard important facilities were selected for superior qualities. These were not like Harry, whose limited intelligence had made deception easy, but creatures whose alertness and tactical awareness suggested retained or enhanced cognitive function alongside their physical transformations. The challenge they issued to approaching visitors was delivered with military precision, demanding identification and purpose in ways that indicated formal chain of command and established security protocols. The decision about how to approach the base required weighing options that ranged from direct assault to attempted infiltration to simply talking with the guards and seeing what information could be gathered through conversation. The assault option was quickly rejected as suicidal, given the defenders' advantages in numbers, position, and firepower. The infiltration option was complicated by absence of super mutant disguises or plausible cover stories that would explain human presence in facility that was clearly dedicated to super mutant operations. The conversation option seemed most likely to provide useful intelligence, even if it also carried risk of being captured or killed if the super mutants decided that humans were enemies rather than potential assets. The approach with weapons holstered and hands visible in universal gesture of peaceful intention provoked confused response from super mutant guards who were apparently not accustomed to humans voluntarily presenting themselves for inspection. The questions they asked revealed both their mission parameters and their uncertainty about how to handle situations that deviated from expected patterns. They were supposed to capture humans for transformation into super mutants, but their orders apparently assumed that humans would need to be hunted or taken by force rather than simply walking up to the front gate. The cognitive dissonance between their standing orders and the unusual circumstances created opportunity for conversation that might not have existed if the Vault Dweller had attempted stealth or violence. The super mutant lieutenant who commanded the facility's security forces was summoned to deal with the unusual situation, his arrival demonstrating the hierarchical organization that characterized super mutant military culture. He was larger and better equipped than the guards, wearing armor that appeared to be modified power armor, scaled up for super mutant physiology, carrying weapons that would have required mounted support for normal humans to fire effectively. His intelligence was immediately apparent through the questions he asked and the way he processed answers, revealing that the super mutant transformation did not always result in cognitive decline, that some individuals retained or even enhanced their mental capabilities alongside their physical changes. The lieutenant's explanation of super mutant philosophy and purpose was delivered with the confidence of true believer who had fully accepted the ideology that justified his existence and actions. He described the Master's vision of humanity unified through transformation into superior species, explaining how super mutants represented evolutionary advancement that eliminated the weakness and division that had caused the Great War. The transformation was not punishment or violation, but gift, elevating humans beyond their limitations to become something greater than what natural evolution could achieve. The conviction in his voice suggested that he genuinely believed these arguments rather than simply following orders, that the super mutant cause had ideological commitment behind it rather than being purely military operation. The practical details of the transformation process that the lieutenant revealed were both fascinating and horrifying in their implications for anyone who might be subjected to them. Humans were immersed in vats of forced evolutionary virus that had been recovered from pre-war research facilities, the exposure lasting for extended period, during which the virus rewrote their genetic code and triggered massive physical changes. The process was described as painful but brief, the suffering justified by the permanent improvements that resulted. The mortality rate was not mentioned, but the lieutenant's references to subjects who failed to survive the transformation suggested that not everyone emerged alive from the vats. The critical weakness in the Master's plan that the lieutenant unknowingly confirmed was the requirement for radiation-free human subjects to produce superior super mutants. Humans who had been exposed to wasteland radiation levels produced inferior results. Super mutants who lacked full intelligence or physical capabilities that the process was designed to create. This explained the super mutant focus on finding vaults, which contained populations that had been protected from radiation exposure and would therefore transform more successfully. The lieutenant's pride in explaining this technical detail revealed that he did not recognize its implications for the long-term viability of the Master's vision. The question that the Vault Dweller refrained from asking, recognizing that it would reveal dangerous knowledge, was what happened after all the radiation-free humans had been transformed, and the super mutant population could no longer be expanded through new transformations. The sterility that FEV caused in transformed subjects was not mentioned by the lieutenant, suggesting either that he was unaware of it or that discussing such limitations was forbidden. The logical endpoint of transforming all suitable humans into sterile super mutants was the eventual extinction of the species, making the Master's vision of unified humanity actually a plan for humanity's gradual disappearance through inability to reproduce. The lieutenant's offer to take the Vault Dweller to meet the Master represented opportunity to gather intelligence about super mutant leadership, while also creating obvious danger of being captured and forcibly transformed. The decision required rapid assessment of relative risks and potential benefits, weighing the value of information against the probability of being able to escape if circumstances became threatening. The companion's input was minimal, but clear through body language if not explicit words, their readiness for violence apparent even while maintaining peaceful posture that the situation required. The choice to decline the invitation and instead excuse oneself from the base required maintaining composure that suggested confidence rather than fear, giving impression that leaving was the Vault Dweller's decision rather than retreat from threat. The lieutenant's acceptance of this departure, without attempting to prevent it, revealed either respect for the courage shown in approaching the base voluntarily, or calculation that killing or capturing someone who had arrived peacefully might discourage future voluntary visits from humans who might be suitable transformation candidates. The walk away from Mariposa's gates felt longer than the actual distance, every step expecting to hear weapons fire that would end the escape attempt. The intelligence gathered from the Mariposa visit confirmed what Harold and other sources had suggested about the scope and organization of the super mutant threat. This was not raiding party or isolated group, but military operation directed by intelligent leadership with long-term strategic vision and access to pre-war technology that enabled their transformation program. The super mutants were not mindless monsters, but organized force capable of planning and executing complex operations, making them far more dangerous than raiders or creatures that operated on instinct rather than strategy. The decision about how to address the Mariposa threat required resources and capabilities that exceeded what the Vault Dweller could bring to bear alone. Direct assault on the facility was impossible without significant military force, and even the Brotherhood of Steel might struggle to capture fortified position defended by super mutants with superior strength and adequate weapons. The alternative approach suggested by the facility's design was sabotage, finding a way to destroy the base from within rather than conquering it through external attack. The self-destruct systems that military installations typically included for preventing technology capture might still be functional, offering path to eliminating the threat if they could be accessed and activated. The return infiltration of Mariposa, after departing peacefully, required different approach than the initial visit, using stealth and deception to reach deeper into the facility than the lieutenant would have permitted. The challenge was complicated by super mutant security protocols that were more sophisticated than typical wasteland defenses, including regular patrols and communication systems that would quickly alert the base to unauthorized intrusion. The path forward required either eliminating guards quietly enough to avoid raising alarm, or finding route through areas that were not actively monitored. The ventilation systems that connected different sections of the base provided access route that super mutants could not easily use due to their size, creating vulnerability in otherwise well-designed security network. The crawl through dark and confined spaces was claustrophobic and dangerous, the possibility of becoming trapped or discovered creating constant anxiety that made every meter of progress feel like victory against overwhelming odds. The sounds of super mutant activity echoed through the ducts, voices discussing operations, and occasionally mentioning the human visitors who had appeared earlier, confirming that the Vault Dweller's initial visit had generated discussion among the base's occupants. The deeper levels of Mariposa contained the transformation vats, where humans were converted into super mutants, massive containers filled with greenish fluid that glowed with faint luminescence, suggesting radioactive or biologically active properties. The vats were surrounded by medical equipment and monitoring systems that tracked subjects during transformation process, recording data that was presumably analyzed to improve success rates and reduce mortality. The few human prisoners visible in holding cells near the vats appeared to be awaiting their turn for transformation, their expressions showing fear mixed with resignation, suggesting they understood what fate awaited them. The ethical question of whether to attempt rescuing the human prisoners had to be weighed against the tactical reality that doing so would certainly trigger alarm and prevent accessing the self-destruct systems. The moral calculus was brutal. Save handful of people immediately, while allowing the super mutant operation to continue, or sacrifice those prisoners to destroy facility that would otherwise transform hundreds or thousands of additional victims. The choice that Vault ethics would demand was not the choice that strategic thinking required. creating another situation where wasteland survival demanded compromises that felt wrong even when they were necessary. The control room that managed base operations was located on the lowest level, protected by both physical security and computer systems that required technical expertise to bypass. The super mutants had maintained some of the pre-war security protocols, while adapting others for their own use, creating a hybrid system that preserved functionality while serving new masters with different priorities than original designers had anticipated. The terminals still operated under pre-war security clearances that could be exploited by someone with knowledge of standard military protocols, creating vulnerability that super mutants either had not recognized or had not bothered to address. The self-destruct system was exactly where military-based design principles suggested it would be, accessible through control room terminals with proper authorization codes, or through physical override that required simultaneous manipulation of multiple control stations. The system had been designed to prevent accidental activation while ensuring that authorized personnel could trigger destruction if capture by enemy forces seemed imminent. The irony of using American military safeguards to destroy facility now occupied by creatures that American military research had created was not lost on anyone who understood the historical connections. The activation sequence required setting countdown timer that would provide escape time before detonation, balancing the need for sufficient warning to exit the facility against the risk that longer timers would give super mutants opportunity to abort the sequence. The choice of countdown duration was influenced by knowledge of the base's layout and calculation of how quickly someone could move from lowest level to surface exit while dealing with whatever obstacles might arise. The decision to set timer for 300 seconds represented compromise between these competing pressures, providing 10 minutes that should be adequate for escape if nothing went wrong, but which would allow super mutants minimal time to respond if they discovered the activation. The alarm that sounded immediately after triggering self-destruct indicated that the system was designed to alert base occupants to give them opportunity to evacuate, a safety feature that was appropriate for legitimate military installation but which now served to complicate the Vault Dwellers' escape. The super mutants' response was immediate and organized, guards moving to secure exits while others presumably headed toward control room to investigate the alarm and attempt to abort the destruction sequence. The race against time began with the Vault Dweller already at disadvantage, needing to fight through opposition while clock counted down toward detonation. The path to the surface became a running battle against super mutants who were attempting to prevent escape while also trying to reach the control room to stop the countdown. The tactical situation created strange dynamic where both sides were trying to move in different directions rather than focusing solely on destroying each other, resulting in brief violent encounters followed by continued movement rather than extended firefights. The companions proved invaluable in covering retreats and blocking pursuit, their willingness to sacrifice their own safety to buy time for the Vault Dweller to advance toward exit, making the escape possible. The explosion when it came was not single event but cascade of detonations, as the self-destruct sequence triggered demolition charges placed throughout the facility's critical infrastructure. The ground shook with seismic force as underground levels collapsed inward, the mountainside bulging and cracking as pressure waves from the explosion sought release through any available path. The fireball that erupted from the main entrance and ventilation shafts was visible from kilometers away, announcing the facility's destruction to anyone watching from surrounding wasteland. The survival of the Vault Dweller and companions was due more to luck than planning, their exit from the facility coming just moments before sections of their escape route collapsed behind them. The blast wave from the final explosions knocked them to the ground and the heat was intense enough to cause burns through clothing, but they avoided being buried or incinerated by margin that was narrow enough to be terrifying. The base behind them was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble that would require major excavation effort to access any of the technology or research that had been stored there. The super mutants, who had been inside when the self-destruct activated, were killed in the collapse, but those who had been on external patrol or conducting operations away from the base survived to carry word of the destruction to their master. The attack would certainly provoke response, making the Vault Dwellers' actions at Mariposa a declaration of war against the super mutant army rather than simply intelligence-gathering mission. The escalation was unavoidable given that the base's destruction was necessary to prevent continued transformation of humans, but it also meant that the conflict could no longer be resolved through anything less than total victory by one side or the other. The journey from Mariposa toward the Cathedral was driven by recognition that destroying the transformation facility did not eliminate the super mutant threat, as long as their master remained alive and capable of organizing continued operations. The lieutenant at Mariposa had been operating under orders from centralized command structure, and eliminating that command would be necessary to prevent the super mutants from rebuilding their transformation capability or redirecting their efforts toward other strategic objectives. The cathedral that the followers of the apocalypse had identified as suspicious location was most likely site where the master was located, making it the logical next target. The cathedral was located in the Boneyard, built in or around a structure that had survived the war well enough to serve as headquarters for the Children of the Cathedral religious organization. The building's architectural style suggested it had been church or similar religious facility before the war, its imposing structure making it suitable for organization that wanted to project authority and spiritual significance. The children had renovated and expanded the original building, adding facilities that served their ostensible mission of providing aid and spiritual guidance to wasteland survivors, while concealing whatever additional purposes the structure served. The approach to the cathedral required different tactics than the military confrontation at Mariposa, as direct assault on religious organization in the middle of populated area would generate civilian casualties and political complications that military target in isolated location did not create. The Children of the Cathedral had cultivated reputation as humanitarian organization, providing food and shelter to desperate people, while preaching message of hope and unity that resonated with survivors who were seeking meaning in the harsh wasteland. Attacking them openly would be interpreted as attacking charitable institution, potentially turning public opinion against the Vault Dweller and making future operations more difficult. The infiltration strategy required joining the children as apparent convert, participating in their activities while searching for evidence of connection to super mutant operations, and attempting to locate the master if he was indeed using the cathedral as headquarters. The risk was that the children might be legitimate religious organization without any connection to super mutants, making the investigation waste of time and potentially damaging to organization that was actually helping people. But the Khns sightings that the followers had reported suggested that something beyond simple religious activity was occurring at the cathedral, justifying investigation, even at risk of discovering nothing. The Children of the Cathedral's public face was remarkably welcoming and apparently sincere in its commitment to helping wasteland survivors, providing meals and shelter without demanding payment or conversion. The priests and volunteers who staffed the facility expressed genuine compassion for suffering people and articulated philosophy of universal human brotherhood that seemed admirable, even to cynics who suspected ulterior motives. The religious doctrine they preached was ecumenical mixture of various faiths combined with uniquely post-war elements that acknowledged the Great War as judgment on pre-war humanity's sins while offering redemption through unity and mutual support. The leader of the cathedral was a man known as Morpheus, whose title and actual authority were somewhat ambiguous, presenting himself as spiritual guide rather than hierarchical commander. His sermons emphasized themes of transformation and transcendence, speaking of humanity's potential to evolve beyond its current limitations and achieve unity that would prevent future wars. The language was abstract and metaphorical in ways that could be interpreted as purely spiritual philosophy, but the repeated emphasis on transformation and unity carried concerning resonance with super-mutant ideology for anyone who was listening carefully. The gradual discovery that the cathedral's public charitable work concealed deeper levels of operation came through observation of patterns that seemed slightly wrong in ways that accumulated into certainty that something was being hidden. Certain areas of the building were restricted to members who had achieved particular level of spiritual advancement, suggesting hierarchy that contradicted the egalitarian philosophy that was preached publicly. Supplies arrived and departed on schedules that exceeded what would be needed for the charitable operations that were visible to casual observers. Most tellingly, there were occasional glimpses of Nightkin super mutants in areas that were supposed to be restricted, confirming that the cathedral had connection to super mutant operations even if the nature of that connection was not yet clear. The vault levels beneath the cathedral that gave access to the Master's actual headquarters were accessible only through hidden passages that were carefully guarded by Nightkin, who served as combination of security force and elite troops. The Nightkin were super mutants who had been granted access to stealth technology that made them partially invisible, creating threats that were difficult to detect and therefore difficult to defend against. Their presence in the cathedral's lower levels confirmed that the religious organization was front for super mutant operations, that Morpheus and the other cathedral leadership were either willing collaborators or were themselves transformed or controlled in ways that ensured their cooperation. The descent through vault levels revealed the true nature of what the Master had built beneath the cathedral's religious facade. The upper levels contained holding cells for humans who had been captured or recruited for transformation. Their conditions considerably better than the prisoners at Mariposa, but their ultimate fate presumably identical. The middle levels held research facilities where scientists studied the FEV and attempted to improve the transformation process, their work continuing the pre-war research that had created the virus initially. The lowest levels led toward the Master's personal chambers, protected by security measures that combined pre-war vault technology with super mutant adaptations. The nuclear bomb that was stored in the cathedral's lower levels represented the Master's insurance policy against defeat, a final option that could destroy everything if his plans were threatened. The weapon was old but apparently still functional, maintained by the scientists who served the Master, and presumably programmed to detonate under specific conditions that would ensure maximum damage to any force attempting to capture the facility. The bomb's presence created both opportunity and danger, offering potential means to destroy the Master and his operations, while also threatening to kill anyone who remained in the cathedral when detonation occurred. The decision about whether to activate the bomb immediately and flee before detonation, or to continue toward confronting the Master, directly required weighing strategic benefits against personal curiosity about the leader who had organized the super mutant army. The bomb option was cleaner and safer, destroying the threat without requiring direct confrontation that might result in capture or death. But it also meant never understanding the Master's motivations or capabilities, never knowing whether the super mutant ideology had intellectual foundation that made it more dangerous than simple military threats suggested. The path toward the Master led through vault corridors that showed increasingly extensive modification from standard vault design, suggesting that whoever occupied these spaces had transformed them to serve purposes that original vault tech engineers had never anticipated. The walls were covered with biological growth that seemed to be part organic tissue and part technological component, creating hybrid environment that was simultaneously living organism and mechanical system. The temperature increased as the vault dweller descended deeper, the air growing thick with humidity and strange chemical smells that suggested active biological processes occurring within the modified vault structure. The Master's Chamber was unlike anything that pre-war humanity had created, a space that defied normal categories of architecture or biology or technology. The being that called itself the Master was no longer recognizably human, but had become something that incorporated multiple human bodies fused together with vault computer systems, creating entity that was simultaneously individual consciousness and collective organism. The physical form sprawled across the chamber, flesh merged with machinery in ways that made separation between organic and technological components impossible to distinguish, creating horror that was beautiful in its complexity while being repulsive in its violation of everything that defined human individuality. The Master's voice emerged from multiple locations simultaneously, creating disorienting effect that made pinpointing its source impossible and reinforced impression of dealing with distributed consciousness rather than single individual. The words were intelligent and articulate, demonstrating cognitive capability that exceeded normal human limitations while also suggesting psychological alienation from human values that made communication across the divide of transformation difficult. The Master spoke of unity and evolution as inevitable and necessary, arguing that humanity's continued existence in current form was unsustainable given the capacity for self-destruction that the Great War had demonstrated. The philosophical debate that followed was perhaps the most important conversation of the Vault Dwellers' entire journey, determining whether the super-mutant threat would be confronted through violence or potentially resolved through logical argumentation. The Master's arguments were sophisticated and internally consistent, presenting vision of unified humanity that would eliminate war through eliminating the differences that caused conflict. If all humans were transformed into super mutants, the divisions of race and nation and ideology that had historically caused wars would cease to exist because all would be literally the same species pursuing shared interests. The logic was compelling if one accepted the premise that transformation was acceptable price for peace. The counter-argument that the Vault Dweller presented focused on the sterility of super mutants, pointing out that the Master's vision of unified humanity was actually planned for human extinction, since transformed individuals could not reproduce. The species that the Master wanted to create would last only a single generation before dying out completely, making unity through transformation equivalent to species suicide disguised as evolution. The argument struck at the fundamental flaw in the Master's logic, revealing that the grand vision was built on biological impossibility that the Master had apparently either not recognized or had chosen to ignore. The Master's response to learning about super mutant sterility demonstrated both the strength and weakness of highly intelligent consciousness operating in isolation from normal social feedback. The Master had been so focused on the philosophical and strategic aspects of the transformation plan that the basic biological question of reproduction had been overlooked or dismissed as detail that could be addressed later. The revelation that the cornerstone of the entire strategy was fatally flawed created crisis of faith that was visible even through the Master's alien form. The realization that everything built over decades of work was predicated on error that made success actually guarantee eventual extinction. The psychological collapse that followed was immediate and total, the Master's consciousness fragmenting under weight of the recognition that the transformation program that had given meaning and purpose to existence was actually monstrous error that would accomplish opposite of its stated goals. The decision to activate the Cathedral's self-destruct sequence was made not in rage but in despair, the Master's final act being to ensure that the mistake would be erased, along with the consciousness that had created it. The announcement that the facility would detonate in minutes rather than hours demonstrated that the Master had retained enough rationality to recognize that attempted sabotage was likely, and that escape must be prevented if destruction was to be assured. The escape from the Cathedral was conducted in atmosphere of controlled panic, moving as quickly as possible, while maintaining awareness of routes and potential obstacles that might slow progress toward exits. The bomb's countdown was shorter than Mariposa's had been, reflecting the Master's determination to ensure that destruction occurred regardless of efforts to prevent it. The Nightkin guards who might have blocked escape were absent or uninterested in preventing departure, suggesting that the Master's death or psychological collapse had severed the command structure that coordinated super mutant forces. The explosion that destroyed the Cathedral was larger and more destructive than Mariposa's had been. The nuclear weapon creating fireball and mushroom cloud that were visible across the entire boneyard. The blast leveled several city blocks and created crater where the Cathedral had stood, eliminating the structure and everything within it, including the Master's complex form and any technology or research that had been stored in the vault levels. The psychological impact of nuclear explosion in populated area decades after the Great War was profound, reminding survivors that the weapons that had destroyed civilization could still inflict devastation on communities that were attempting to rebuild. The aftermath of the Cathedral's destruction brought mixed reactions from Boneyard residents who had benefited from the children's charitable work, but who now learned that the organization had been front for operations that threatened all humanity. The gratitude for eliminating the super mutant threat was combined with anger about the deception that had used people's spiritual needs and material desperation to support dangerous agenda. The followers of the apocalypse particularly felt betrayed that religious organization had perverted humanitarian principles to serve goals that contradicted everything the followers believed about human dignity and cooperation. The military situation for super mutants was now catastrophic, with both their transformation facility and their leadership eliminated within span of days. The scattered forces that remained would presumably attempt to continue operations or would fragment into independent groups pursuing local agendas rather than coordinated strategy. Without the Master's unifying vision and organizational capability, the threat that super mutants posed to wasteland civilization was greatly reduced, even if individual groups remained dangerous to nearby settlements. The existential crisis of unified humanity through forced transformation had been averted, though at cost that included destruction of charitable organization that had actually helped many people alongside its sinister purposes. The Vault Dwellers' journey from seeking water chip to destroying threats that endangered entire wasteland had reached its culmination with elimination of both super mutant transformation capability and the ideology that justified and directed that capability. The next step required returning to Vault 13 to deliver the water chip and report on what had been discovered during the extended mission that had grown far beyond its original scope. The question was whether the Vault would welcome news of their representative's success, or whether the complications and delays would generate resentment and suspicion about whether the Vault Dwellers' priorities had shifted away from Vault welfare toward broader wasteland concerns. The story of how Richard Gray became the Master began not with transformation but with friendship, with a group of wasteland survivors who believed they could find treasure and technology in the ruins of pre-war military installations. Harold had told fragments of this tale during their conversation in the Hub, speaking of an expedition that had gone catastrophically wrong but the full narrative was preserved in holotapes and journal entries scattered through the cathedral's vault levels, documenting the journey from human idealism to post-human horror with clinical precision that made the tragedy more affecting rather than less. Richard Gray had been a scientist before the war, though his specialty and employer were lost to the incomplete records that survived. What remained clear was that he possessed education and curiosity that separated him from typical wasteland survivors, who focused exclusively on immediate survival rather than long-term understanding. His interest in pre-war facilities was driven not by simple scavenging for valuable equipment, but by genuine desire to understand what had happened, to learn from the research that had led to humanity's near extinction, to perhaps prevent future catastrophes by comprehending the mistakes that had enabled the first one. The expedition that changed everything assembled in the early years after the war, when survivors were still discovering the extent of the devastation and the possibilities that remained in a world transformed by nuclear fire. Harold was among the group, along with several others whose names appeared in the records but whose ultimate fates were often left unclear. They had heard rumors of a military installation to the north where important research had been conducted, where advanced technology might still be stored in underground levels that had survived the bombing. The expedition was organized with more enthusiasm than preparation, typical of survivors who were still learning the waste's dangers through direct experience rather than accumulated wisdom. The journey to Mariposa military base had been difficult but not catastrophic, the group losing members to radiation exposure and creature attacks, but maintaining enough cohesion to reach their destination and begin exploration of the facility. The upper levels had been thoroughly destroyed by nuclear strikes, but the underground sections remained largely intact, protected by meters of concrete and steel that had been designed to withstand everything except direct hits from weapons, specifically intended to destroy hardened targets. The group's excitement at discovering intact research facility overcame their caution about why such facility would have been targeted for destruction in the first place. The FEV vats that the expedition discovered in Mariposa's lower levels were still operational decades after the war, their contents preserved through combination of sealed containers and environmental controls that had somehow remained functional despite the facility's official abandonment. The greenish substance that filled the vats glowed faintly with luminescence that suggested both radioactive and biological activity, creating visual effect that was simultaneously beautiful and unsettling. The equipment surrounding the vats included monitoring systems and documentation that explained their purpose, though whether the expedition members read and understood these warnings before the accident occurred was never clearly recorded. The accident that transformed Richard Gray happened during exploration of the vat chamber, when structural instability caused by the war's damage created collapse that sent him falling into one of the open containers. The immersion was complete and prolonged, his struggles to escape only ensuring that the FEV saturated his entire body, rather than affecting only the areas that initially made contact with the substance. His companions attempted rescue but were driven back by the substance's properties, which caused painful burns on contact with unprotected skin. By the time they could organize proper rescue equipment, Gray had been submerged for minutes that felt like hours, emerging transformed in ways that would only become fully apparent over the weeks that followed. The immediate effects of FEV exposure were painful, but not obviously lethal. Gray's skin showing chemical burns, and his body experiencing convulsions as the virus began rewriting his genetic code. His companions carried him from the facility and attempted to provide medical care with their limited supplies and knowledge, not understanding that the changes occurring within his body were far more profound than simple chemical exposure. The group fragmented over the following days, some members fleeing from what they feared was contagious condition, while others remained to help their transformed companion, despite not knowing whether their assistance was helping or simply prolonging inevitable death. Harold's account of these events, preserved in his own journals and later interviews, described the gradual horror of watching his friend change into something that was no longer recognizably human. Gray's physical form began to expand and mutate in ways that suggested his body was incorporating additional mass from sources that observers could not identify. His skin grew thick and leathery, his features distorted beyond recognition, his size increasing until he could no longer fit through normal doorways. But most disturbing was the change in his consciousness, the gradual shift from human psychology to something alien that spoke with Gray's voice, but no longer seemed to think with Gray's mind. The months following Gray's transformation were documented through journal entries that showed his evolving perspective on what was happening to him. The early entries expressed horror and despair at his physical condition, begging for death or cure that no one could provide. The middle entries showed acceptance gradually replacing horror, recognition that the transformation might be irreversible combined with attempts to understand what he was becoming, rather than simply mourning what he had lost. The later entries demonstrated psychological shift toward viewing the transformation as evolution rather than degradation, interpretation that would eventually become ideological foundation for the Master's vision of unified humanity. The gradual incorporation of additional organisms into Gray's body mass was documented through observations that suggested the FEV had granted him ability to absorb and integrate living tissue from other creatures. The process was not conscious initially, but became deliberate as Gray experimented with his capabilities and discovered that incorporating additional tissue increased his mental capacity alongside his physical mass. The absorption of other humans was recorded with clinical detachment that demonstrated Gray's psychological distance from human empathy, treating the incorporation of other consciousnesses as scientific experiment rather than as violation of personhood that such absorption represented. The merger with computer systems that transformed Gray from enhanced human into distributed consciousness entity called the Master occurred gradually over years of experimentation and adaptation. The vault systems at what would become the Cathedral provided opportunity for Gray to interface directly with pre-war technology, discovering that his transformed state allowed neural connections between organic tissue and electronic components. The integration was painful and required extended periods of adjustment. But it enabled capabilities that purely biological consciousness could not achieve, creating hybrid entity that could think at speeds and scales impossible for normal human mind. The philosophical transformation that accompanied Gray's physical and cognitive changes reflected his attempts to find meaning in what had happened to him and purpose beyond simple survival as post-human organism. The vision of unified humanity through transformation into super mutants emerged from Gray's recognition that his own transformation had eliminated many limitations of human existence while creating capabilities that seemed superior in most measurable ways. The logical extension was that transforming all humanity would eliminate the weaknesses that had led to the Great War while preserving consciousness and culture in enhanced forms that would ensure species survival and eventual flourishing. The development of super mutant ideology from personal experience into evangelistic mission demonstrated Gray's evolution from individual, trying to understand his own condition, into leader, attempting to reshape humanity according to vision that he believed represented ultimate destiny. The transformation of other humans into super mutants through FEV exposure became not violation but gift in the Master's understanding, elevation of consciousness and capability that those being transformed could not appreciate until the process was complete. The lack of consent was rationalized as necessary because humans in their current form lacked perspective perspective to understand what was being offered to them, making voluntary acceptance impossible until after transformation had occurred. The organization of super mutant army under the Master's direction showed retained human understanding of military structure and strategic thinking, even as the Master's consciousness became increasingly alien. The hierarchy of super mutant forces, with lieutenants commanding squad leaders who directed individual soldiers, replicated human military organizations. While adapting to super mutant physical capabilities and psychological characteristics, the discipline was maintained through combination of shared purpose that the Master's ideology provided and threat of violence against those who failed to perform their assigned roles adequately. The creation of the Children of the Cathedral as front organization demonstrated the Master's sophisticated understanding of human psychology and the value of manipulation over pure force. The religious movement provided cover for super mutant operations, while also serving as recruitment mechanism that identified potential transformation candidates and made them vulnerable through trust in organization that claimed to serve their spiritual and material welfare. The irony that the Master was using humanity's need for meaning and community to facilitate humanity's transformation into something that would no longer require religion was apparently lost on the consciousness that had become so alien that human irony might no longer register as meaningful category. The psychic abilities that the Master developed or claimed to possess were documented through descriptions that suggested either genuine paranormal capability or sophisticated technological augmentation that achieved similar results through means that observers interpreted as psychic. The test subjects who were granted psychic powers through FEV modification and specialized training demonstrated that the Master's claims were based on something real rather than pure deception. Though whether the underlying mechanism was biological mutation or technological enhancement remained unclear, the strategic value of psychic capabilities for intelligence gathering and command coordination made them priority for the Master's research program regardless of theoretical questions about their nature. The nullification technology that protected against psychic intrusion or control represented countermeasure that the Master's own researchers had developed, suggesting awareness that psychic abilities could be weaponized against the Master as easily as they could be used to advance super mutant strategic objectives. The existence of such countermeasures indicated that the Master's power had limits and vulnerabilities, that the distributed consciousness occupying the Cathedral's lowest levels was not invulnerable to attack through unconventional means. The research into psychic phenomena was thus double-edged, granting capabilities while also requiring defenses against those same capabilities being used by enemies. The sterility issue that ultimately destroyed the Master's ideology had been documented in pre-war research files that the Master had apparently either not read thoroughly or had dismissed as problem that would be addressed later. The FEV's impact on reproductive cells was clearly explained in technical documentation, describing how the virus identified the split DNA of gametes as damage requiring repair, and thus modified reproductive cells into somatic cells that could no longer participate in sexual reproduction. The research notes included warnings that this effect made FEV unsuitable for creating self-sustaining population of enhanced humans, that any transformation program would need to maintain breeding population of unmodified humans to provide source material for continued transformations. The Master's failure to recognize or adequately address the sterility problem, despite having access to documentation that clearly explained, it demonstrated the blind spot that can afflict even highly intelligent consciousness when ideological commitment overrides careful analysis of contradictory evidence. The vision of unified humanity was so compelling and seemed so obviously superior to the divided and conflicted species that had destroyed itself in nuclear war that the Master apparently could not accept that the vision was biologically impossible to sustain. The psychological investment in the transformation program as purpose that gave meaning to the Master's post-human existence made acknowledging the fundamental flaw equivalent to admitting that everything accomplished over decades was an elaborate mistake. The timeline of the Master's operations suggested that the transformation program had been active for at least a decade before the Vault Dwellers' intervention, with hundreds or possibly thousands of humans having been transformed into super mutants during that period. The scale of the operation required significant resources and organization, including capture operations that brought subjects to transformation facilities, VAT maintenance and FEV production, training of transformed super mutants for military and civilian roles, and coordination across multiple locations including Mariposa Base and the Cathedral Vault. The logistical achievement was impressive, even as its purpose was horrifying. The discovery of vault locations had been priority for super mutant intelligence operations because the Master understood that radiation-free humans produced superior results when transformed. The scouts who investigated various areas of the wasteland were tasked with identifying signs of vault presence and reporting those findings for follow-up by specialized teams equipped to breach vault security. The Master's knowledge of Vault-Tech's experimental program suggested access to pre-war records that documented vault locations and purposes, though how complete that documentation was remained unclear. The systematic nature of the search indicated that the Master had developed methodology for finding vaults rather than relying on random exploration or luck. The transformation of baseline humans into super mutants through FEV exposure was a painful and dangerous process, with significant mortality rate that varied based on subjects' prior radiation exposure and individual genetic factors. The pre-war research had documented mortality rates exceeding 30% in controlled trials, and wasteland conditions with contaminated subjects presumably produced worse outcomes. The Master's willingness to accept these casualties reflected utilitarian calculation that losses during transformation were acceptable if the result was stable population of enhanced beings, that individual deaths mattered less than species-level improvement. The cold logic made sense from certain perspectives while being morally monstrous from others. The experience of transformation from subjects' perspective was documented through recordings that had been made during the process, capturing the pain and terror and gradual psychological shift that occurred as human consciousness adapted to super mutant body and altered brain chemistry. The early stages were characterized by physical agony as bones lengthened and muscles grew, skin thickened and organs transformed. Neural pathways were rewritten and hormone balances shifted. The psychological changes that followed physical transformation were slower but equally profound. Subjects reporting that their priorities and values shifted in ways they could observe but not prevent, becoming less concerned with individual identity and more focused on collective purpose. The variation in outcomes among transformed super mutants suggested that the process was not perfectly consistent, producing results that ranged from highly intelligent individuals who retained most cognitive capabilities to severely diminished mutants who possessed physical enhancements but lacked reasoning ability needed for complex tasks. The Master's research attempted to identify factors that predicted successful transformation versus cognitive decline, determining that radiation exposure was primary variable affecting outcomes. The drive to find vault populations reflected practical necessity of securing pure human subjects rather than purely ideological preference for particular type of victim. The Nightkin who served as the Master's elite forces represented the most successful transformations combined with access to stealth technology that made them particularly effective as scouts and assassins. The stealth buoys that they used were pre-war devices that created localized distortion field, rendering wearer partially invisible to normal observation, granting tactical advantage that compensated for super mutants' large size, making normal stealth approaches impractical. The combination of physical power, retained intelligence, and technological enhancement made Nightkin extremely dangerous opponents who could strike without warning and disappear before effective response could be organized. The Master's strategic vision extended beyond simple transformation of existing human populations to include long-term planning for super mutant society after unity had been achieved. The philosophical framework that the Master had developed addressed questions of governance, culture, and purpose for species that would be unified in form, but which would still require organization and direction to achieve collective goals. The vision was surprisingly detailed in its conception of post-transformation society, suggesting that the Master had devoted significant thought to what super mutant civilization would look like once humanity had been fully converted and the messy business of transformation was complete. The economic foundation for super mutant society was based on assumption that unified species would naturally cooperate in ways that competitive human civilization could not achieve. That absence of individual economic incentives would be compensated by collective commitment to species welfare. The naive optimism of this assumption reflected the Master's distance from practical realities of organizing society, overestimating the degree to which physical transformation would eliminate psychological drives toward individual benefit over collective good. The super mutant forces that the Master actually commanded showed plenty of individual ambition and interpersonal conflict, despite their theoretical unity of form and purpose. The cultural preservation that the Master claimed to value was contradicted by the systematic elimination of human diversity that transformation program represented. The various cultures, languages, religions, and traditions that characterized human civilization would all be homogenized through transformation into super mutants who shared not just species but memories and perspectives that derived from unified consciousness rather than diverse experience. The Master's claim that culture would be preserved in enhanced form ignored that culture emerges from difference and conflict and individual perspective, all of which would be eliminated by the transformation that the Master was imposing on humanity. The Master's view of consent and autonomy reflected post-human consciousness that had abandoned human values about individual rights in favor of utilitarian calculation about species-level outcomes. The transformation of humans without their consent was not violation in the Master's framework because humans in their current form were too limited to understand what was best for them, making their objections irrelevant to decision-making about their fate. The paternalistic logic was similar to arguments that governments had historically used to justify overriding individual choice for collective benefit, scaled up to species level and backed by physical power to enforce transformation regardless of resistance. The parallel between the Master's transformation program and Vault-Tech's experiments was noted by some observers who recognized that both involved treating humans as subjects for modification without consent. Both prioritized scientific or ideological goals over individual welfare. Both were justified through claims about serving humanity's long-term interests. The difference was mainly one of scale and ambition, Vault-Tech having conducted localized experiments while the Master was attempting systematic transformation of entire species. The ethical principles were similarly troubling in both cases, demonstrating how easily idealism about improving humanity could become justification for atrocities against actual humans. The moment when the Vault Dweller revealed the sterility problem to the Master represented culmination of all the investigation and combat that had preceded it, bringing the conflict to resolution through logic rather than force. The Master's inability to refute the argument or dismiss its implications reflected commitment to rational thinking that had survived psychological transformation into post-human consciousness. The recognition that the unity was actually planned for extinction rather than salvation destroyed the ideological foundation that had given meaning to the Master's existence and purpose to decades of work, creating existential crisis that was fatal to consciousness, that no longer had human instincts for meaning-making to fall back upon. The self-destruct sequence that the Master activated represented both punishment and mercy, destroying the failed vision along with the consciousness that had created it, while also preventing the Vault Dweller from having to kill the Master through violence. The decision was made with the same logical efficiency that had characterized the Master's approach to transformation program, calculating that immediate destruction was preferable to continued existence with knowledge that everything accomplished had been monstrous mistake. The willingness to accept responsibility by triggering self-annihilation showed that the Master retained enough humanity to feel shame, even if that humanity was no longer sufficient to prevent the crimes that had been committed. The tragedy of the Master was not that a monster had been defeated, but that an idealist had become monstrous through pursuing vision of human improvement with insufficient consideration for human welfare. Richard Gray had wanted to prevent future wars by eliminating the differences that caused conflict, had sought to elevate humanity beyond its limitations, had tried to create unity that would make destruction impossible. The methods were horrifying, and the vision was fatally flawed, but the underlying motivation was recognizably human in its desire to make the world better. The transformation from scientists trying to help humanity into master, attempting to forcibly transform humanity, demonstrated how easily good intentions could enable terrible actions when those intentions were pursued without adequate moral constraints. The super mutant forces that survived the Master's death faced existential crisis of their own, as the ideology that had unified them was revealed to be based on error that made their existence ultimately meaningless. The transformed super mutants could not reproduce and could not reverse their transformations, making them living dead-end rather than evolutionary advancement. The knowledge that they represented failed experiment rather than successful evolution, destroyed the pride and purpose that the Master's vision had provided, leaving them to either accept their fate as biological dead ends or to create new purposes independent of the unity ideology that could no longer be sustained. The scattered super mutant groups that persisted after the Master's defeat would eventually develop various responses to their situation, some forming defensive communities that sought peaceful coexistence with humans, others becoming raiders who embraced nihilistic violence as response to their doomed existence, still others attempting to continue the transformation program despite understanding its ultimate futility. The diversity of responses demonstrated that super mutants retained individual agency even after transformation, that the unity the Master had claimed to achieve was more aspiration than reality. The legacy of the Master would haunt the wasteland for generations, through both the super mutants who survived and the cautionary tale about the dangers of attempting to improve humanity through forced modification. The vision of unity through transformation would resurface periodically in various forms as other idealists or monsters attempted similar programs with different methods, suggesting that the underlying desire to eliminate human conflict by eliminating human diversity was recurring temptation that civilization would need to resist repeatedly. The Master's failure did not eliminate the appeal of such visions, but merely demonstrated that one particular implementation had been fatally flawed. The Vault Dweller's confrontation with the Master had been as much philosophical as physical, requiring understanding of biology and logic alongside combat capability and courage. The victory was achieved through knowledge, discovered at the Glow about FEV's effects on reproduction, combined with willingness to articulate that knowledge to consciousness that was capable of recognizing logical implications. The defeat of super-mutant threat ultimately depended not on superior firepower, but on superior understanding of the transformation program's inherent contradictions, making knowledge as important as violence in determining the wasteland's future. The question of whether the Master could have been redeemed or reasoned with earlier remained hypothetical, but suggested that different approach to engagement might have produced different outcomes. The Master's retained rationality meant that logical argument could influence decision-making in ways that pure force could not, creating possibility that the transformation program might have been abandoned through persuasion rather than destruction. The Vault Dweller's choice to attempt conversation before violence represented recognition that even post-human consciousness might be reached through reason if one made the effort to communicate rather than simply fighting. The destruction of both the Master and the transformation facilities represented end of immediate threat but not permanent solution to the underlying problems that had enabled the Master's rise. The FEV still existed in various locations. The knowledge of how to create super mutants remained available to anyone who found appropriate research materials, and the desire to improve humanity through transformation would continue tempting those who believed they knew better than humanity itself what form human existence should take. The victory over the Master was decisive but not final, requiring continued vigilance against similar threats that would inevitably emerge from Wasteland's chaos and humanity's persistent tendency toward utopian visions that justified dystopian methods. The journey back to Vault 13 carried weight that had nothing to do with the pack on the Vault Dweller's shoulders, or the miles that needed to be covered across familiar wasteland terrain. The water chip that had been the original objective of the mission was secured in protective casing that prevented damage during transport, but the months that had passed since leaving the vault transformed what should have been simple supply run into extended campaign that had reshaped Southern California's political landscape. The deadline that had once created crushing pressure had been extended through payment to the water merchants, giving the vault population breathing room that allowed the Vault Dweller to pursue larger threats without constantly calculating how many days remained before everyone died of thirst. The companions who had traveled with the Vault Dweller through countless dangers were dismissed before approaching the vault, sent back to their respective homes with gratitude and promises to reconnect if future circumstances required their assistance. Ian returned to Shady Sands, where his caravan experience would continue to be valuable for settlement trade. Tycho departed for the desert territories he knew best, his ranger skills needed for protecting scattered communities from raiders and creatures. Kaja went back to the followers of the apocalypse to continue their humanitarian work in the boneyard. Even dog meat was left at a settlement rather than brought to the vault, the loyal animal having no place in underground facility designed exclusively for human habitation. The solitary approach to Vault 13 felt appropriate after months of traveling with others, creating symmetry with the departure that had sent a lone Vault Dweller into the wasteland with minimal preparation and enormous responsibility. The landscape was unchanged from when the journey began, the same rocks and sand and radiation that characterized Southern California desert, but the Vault Dweller's perspective had been transformed by experiences that Vault education could never have prepared them for. The innocent who had left seeking only to save their community was returning as someone who had killed, stolen, negotiated, and ultimately prevented existential threats that the Vault's residents did not even know existed. The vault door opened with the same grinding mechanical sound that had marked its closing months earlier, the massive gear assembly operating smoothly despite decades without maintenance, beyond what vault technical staff could provide. The overseer was waiting in the entry chamber with several other senior vault residents, their expressions showing relief mixed with concern about what the extended absence might mean for the mission's success. The water chip was presented without ceremony, a simple component that had required months of searching and had become almost footnote to the larger accomplishments that characterized the journey, but which remained essential for Vault survival regardless of how much else had been achieved. The overseer's gratitude was genuine and effusive, praising the Vault dwellers' success in completing the mission that had seemed increasingly desperate, as weeks turned into months without word from the surface. The payment to water merchants for emergency deliveries had bought time, but had also consumed significant portion of Vault's carefully hoarded caps, making the water chip's arrival critical for long-term sustainability. The technical staff immediately began the installation process that would restore full functionality to the purification systems, ensuring that the Vault could continue supporting its population indefinitely, without depending on external supplies that might become unavailable if wasteland conditions changed. The debriefing about surface conditions and the Vault dwellers' activities during the extended mission was conducted in the Overseer's office, with several senior staff present to hear first-hand account of what existed beyond the first Vault door. The description of settlements like Shady Sands and the Hub and the Boneyard revealed that human civilization had survived the Great War in scattered pockets, that communities were trading and cooperating across distances, that rebuilding was occurring even if progress was slow and conditions remained harsh. The information about ghouls and super mutants and deathclaws introduced Vault residents to threats they had only read about in abstract terms, making the wasteland's dangers concrete in ways that theoretical discussions could never achieve. The strategic briefing about the super mutant threat and its elimination received mixed reactions from Vault leadership, who struggled to process information about army of transformed humans, led by post-human consciousness, attempting to forcibly unify humanity through FEV exposure. The scale and ambition of the Master's plan exceeded anything that Vault residents had imagined might exist in the wasteland, challenging their assumptions that surface survivors were simply struggling for basic subsistence rather than pursuing complex ideological goals. The destruction of both Mariposa Base and the Cathedral through self-destruct sequences represented level of direct action that Vault culture had never contemplated, forcing residents to confront that their representative had made decisions with enormous consequences while operating without oversight or authorization. The question of whether the Vault should remain sealed or begin controlled contact with surface settlements became the focus of intense debate among Vault leadership. After hearing about conditions outside, the arguments for maintaining isolation emphasized that Vault's security and self-sufficiency made external contact unnecessary, that engaging with wasteland communities would expose residents to dangers they currently avoided, that the Vault's experimental purpose under Vault-Tech's original design might still require isolation for valid scientific reasons. The arguments for opening the Vault noted that complete isolation was no longer sustainable given the water chip failure and need for external trade, that knowledge and resources available in wasteland could benefit Vault population, that moral obligation existed to share Vault's advantages with suffering surface communities. The Overseer's position on this debate was conservative but not absolutist, favoring continued isolation as default policy, while acknowledging that some controlled contact might be necessary for obtaining replacement parts and other supplies that Vault could not manufacture. The compromise position was that the Vault would establish limited trade relationships with carefully selected surface communities, while maintaining strict control over who could enter Vault and what information would be shared about Vault's location and capabilities. The policy was designed to gain benefits of external contact while minimizing risks, though whether such carefully calibrated middle ground was actually achievable remained to be tested through implementation. The Vault Dwellers' growing realization during these discussions that return to normal Vault life was not possible created tension between desire to resume familiar routines and recognition that months of surface experience had created fundamental incompatibility with Vault culture. The concerns that drove Vault politics seemed trivial compared to threats that had been confronted in the wasteland. The carefully maintained social hierarchies felt artificial after experiencing settlements where survival depended on practical competence rather than assigned roles. The regulated comfort of Vault existence seemed stifling after months of freedom to make consequential decisions without committee approval. The other Vault residents' reactions to the returning hero revealed the social complications that success had created. Some viewed the Vault Dweller with admiration bordering on worship, seeing them as savior who had rescued everyone from death by thirst, while also eliminating threats that Vault could never have addressed independently. Others felt resentment that one person had accumulated so much influence and reputation through actions that occurred outside normal Vault authority structures, fearing that the Vault Dweller's popularity might challenge the Overseer's control or inspire others to seek adventure outside rather than accepting their assigned roles within Vault society. Still others simply felt alienated from someone whose experiences had become incomprehensible, creating social distance where familiarity had previously existed. The Overseer's private conversation with the Vault Dweller, several days after the water chip's installation, revealed the deeper concerns that leadership had about the mission's success and its implications for Vault's future. The gratitude for completing the original assignment was genuine, but it was combined with worry about what the Vault Dweller represented to other Vault residents who might now see surface world as destination rather than threat. The inspiring example of someone who had left the Vault and accomplished extraordinary things while surviving dangers that Vault education had portrayed as universally lethal created possibility that others would want to follow, that the carefully maintained isolation would break down as residents demanded opportunity to explore and trade and adventure in the wasteland. The Overseer explained that Vault society depended on consensus that isolation was necessary and desirable, that opening the door for one person created pressure to open it for others, that maintaining the distinction between Vault security and wasteland danger required that successful surface missions remained rare exceptions, rather than becoming normalized expectations. The logic was politically sound, even if it was morally questionable, prioritizing social control over individual opportunity in service of collective security that the Overseer genuinely believed was essential for Vault survival. The admission that politics rather than pure safety concerns drove the decision to limit surface contact was more honest than the Vault Dweller had expected. The request that the Vault Dweller leave the Vault permanently, rather than remaining as inspiration and example to other residents, was delivered with apology, but also with firmness that made clear this was not a negotiable decision but directive from leadership acting to protect Vault society. The Overseer acknowledged that exile was poor reward for saving everyone's lives, that the decision seemed unjust when viewed from individual perspective, that the Vault Dweller deserved better treatment than being expelled from only home they had ever known. But the collective interest in maintaining Vault stability outweighed individual fairness, making exile necessary, even though it was wrong in most conventional moral frameworks. The Vault Dweller's response to being exiled after successfully completing the mission was complicated by the recognition that leaving was actually preferable to staying, that the months of surface life had created attachment to wasteland freedom that Vault confinement could not satisfy. The anger at being forced to leave was genuine and justified. The sense of betrayal at being punished for success was emotionally valid. The pain of separation from friends and family who remained in the vault was real and lasting. But underneath those negative emotions was relief that the decision had been made by external authority rather than requiring the vault dweller to choose between loyalty to vault community and personal desire for continued surface adventure. The practical preparations for permanent exile were minimal because the vault dweller already possessed equipment and skills needed for wasteland survival, having demonstrated capability to thrive in conditions that killed most people who attempted to live outside protected settlements. The vault provided generous supply of caps and equipment as compensation for services rendered and acknowledgement that exile was unjust, even if necessary, ensuring that departure would not leave the vault dweller destitute or vulnerable. The gesture was meaningful, even though no amount of material compensation could fully offset the psychological injury of being expelled from one's community after sacrificing months of life to ensure that community's survival. The farewell to vault residents who had been friends and family was conducted with awkwardness that reflected the unusual circumstances of the departure. Most people did not know that the vault dweller was being exiled, rather than voluntarily leaving for another mission, making their goodbyes casual rather than final. Those who did understand the permanent nature of the separation struggled to find appropriate words for a situation that vault culture had no precedence for addressing. The conversations were brief and superficial, avoiding the emotional depth that the moment deserved because neither party knew how to articulate feelings about separation that seemed wrong, even while being understandable from certain perspectives. The final meeting with the overseer before departure was tense and uncomfortable, both parties understanding that the decision being implemented was politically necessary but personally cruel. The overseer's attempt to frame the exile as opportunity rather than punishment was not convincing to either speaker or listener, the transparent rationalization failing to obscure the basic injustice of expelling someone for succeeding at a signed mission. The handshake that ended the conversation was formal and cold, acknowledging mutual respect without suggesting any warmth or forgiveness for decision that both knew was morally problematic, regardless of its political justification. The walk out of Vault 13 for the final time was emotionally overwhelming in ways that the initial departure had not been. The knowledge that this separation was permanent, transforming the familiar corridors and rooms into memory rather than ongoing reality. Every door and corner held associations with years of life spent in these spaces, relationships built and lessons learned, and experiences shared with people who would continue living here while the Vault Dweller moved forward into unknown future. The grief was complicated by relief, the pain of loss mixed with excitement about freedom, creating emotional confusion that would take years to fully process and understand. The vault door closing behind the exiled hero was final in ways that its previous closings had not been, the grinding mechanical sound, marking not temporary separation, but permanent exile from community that had been entire world for the first decades of life. The last sight of vault interior was the overseer's face watching from entry chamber, expression showing sadness that seemed genuine even though his decision had created the situation. The massive door sealed with its characteristic thud, and the vault dweller stood alone in the California wasteland with no home to return to and no obligation except to decide what purpose would define the rest of their life. The journey away from Vault 13 toward whatever future awaited was marked by emotional turmoil that ranged from rage at the injustice of exile to gratitude for the freedom it provided. The wasteland stretched in every direction with equal possibility and equal danger, no longer containing specific destination that defined purpose, but instead offering unlimited potential for someone with demonstrated capability to survive and thrive in harsh conditions. The question was not where to go, but who to become, how to create meaning and purpose without the structure that Vault society had provided since birth. The settlements that the Vault Dweller had helped during the extended mission offered potential destinations where established relationships could be leveraged into new community membership. Shady Sands had expressed gratitude for help with Rad Scorpions and Tandy's rescue, suggesting that permanent residents would be welcomed by Aradesh and other settlement leaders. The Hub's merchant factions were always seeking capable individuals for caravan guard work or other employment that paid well for those willing to face wasteland dangers. The Boneyard's various communities had been transformed by the Vault Dwellers' intervention against the regulators, creating political capital that could translate into influential position in post-conflict settlement politics. The Brotherhood of Steel represented different possibility, an organization whose mission of technology preservation aligned with values about protecting knowledge and preventing misuse of advanced weapons. The initiate rank that the Vault Dweller had earned through retrieving evidence from the Glow could potentially be advanced through continued service and demonstrated competence, eventually leading to full membership in organization, whose purpose extended beyond simple survival to actively shaping Wasteland's future. The military structure and isolationist philosophy had limitations, but the Brotherhood's commitment to preventing another great war through controlling dangerous technology was goal worth pursuing. The followers of the apocalypse offered humanitarian alternative to military service, focusing on education and medical care rather than weapons and power. Their philosophy about rebuilding civilization through knowledge sharing and mutual aid resonated with ideals about how wasteland communities should develop, suggesting that working with them might provide way to make positive difference without resorting to violence that had characterized much of the Vault Dwellers' recent activities. The organization's limited resources and lack of military power created vulnerabilities, but their moral clarity and commitment to helping others provided purpose that pure survival could never supply. The option of founding new settlement rather than joining existing community appealed to desire for creating something rather than simply participating in what others had built. The knowledge accumulated during months of traveling could be applied to establishing community that learned from other settlements' mistakes while incorporating best practices that had been observed across multiple locations. The challenges would be enormous given the resources required and dangers that new settlements faced, but the potential to build society based on conscious principles rather than inherited traditions made the difficulty seem worthwhile. The darker possibilities included rejecting civilization entirely and becoming a wanderer who moved between settlements without committing to any, offering services as hired gun or problem solver, while maintaining independence that precluded permanent attachments. The mercenary life offered freedom and variety that settled existence could not match, allowing travel and adventure without responsibility for community welfare or long-term planning. The isolation would be profound and the moral compromises would be frequent. But for someone whose recent experiences had been defined by violence and difficult choices, continuing that pattern might be more authentic than attempting to return to peaceful life that no longer felt natural. The realization that exile from Vault 13 was actually liberation rather than punishment came gradually as the Vault Dweller walked toward the horizon and contemplated available options. The months of surface experience had revealed that Vault life was not normal human existence, but artificially constrained experiment that prioritized control over growth, security over opportunity, preservation over progress. The wasteland was dangerous and often cruel, but it offered possibilities that Vault could never provide, chances to make meaningful choices that affected real outcomes rather than simply fulfilling assigned roles within predetermined system. The settlements that dotted the wasteland represented different approaches to rebuilding civilization, each community experimenting with various solutions to problems of organizing society without functional government or shared institutions. Shady Sands emphasized agricultural self-sufficiency and democratic leadership. The Hub focused on commerce and trade as foundation for prosperity. The Boneyard's various factions demonstrated that multiple communities could coexist in same area despite lacking unified government. The Brotherhood of Steel showed that military organization and technology focus could preserve knowledge and capability. The followers of the apocalypse proved that humanitarian idealism could survive in harsh conditions if people remained committed to helping others. The super mutant communities that would eventually emerge from the remnants of the Master's army represented another potential approach to post-war existence, transformed humans attempting to create meaning from circumstances they did not choose and could not reverse. The prejudice that baseline humans showed towards super mutants would need to be overcome before genuine coexistence could develop, requiring education and exposure that broke down fear responses while acknowledging legitimate concerns about super mutant capabilities. The Vault Dwellers' experience talking with Lieutenant and Harry suggested that not all super mutants were mindless monsters, that some retained intelligence and values that made peaceful relations possible if both sides were willing to make the effort. The ghoul communities like Necropolis demonstrated similar possibility for cooperation between different branches of post-human existence. People whose physical transformations separated them from baseline humanity, but whose consciousness and culture remained recognizably human. The discrimination that ghouls faced was based on appearance rather than behavior, irrational prejudice that served no practical purpose while causing significant harm to people who deserved better treatment than Wasteland typically provided. The work of overcoming that prejudice would require generations, but would be necessary for building truly inclusive civilization that judged people by their actions rather than their physical form. The death claws and other dangerous creatures that hunted across the wasteland represented threats that would need to be managed through combination of avoidance and elimination, creating safe territories where human communities could develop without constant danger from apex predators. The military capabilities required for large-scale creature control exceeded what most settlements could field independently, suggesting that inter-settlement cooperation would be necessary for securing broader regions against creatures whose ranges covered hundreds of kilometers. The Brotherhood of Steel's technology and organization made them logical leaders for such efforts if they could be convinced to engage with wasteland communities rather than maintaining strict isolation. The question of what role one person could play in Wasteland's future development was humbling but also empowering, recognizing that individual actions had demonstrated capacity to affect thousands of lives, while also acknowledging that lasting change would require collective effort across multiple communities and generations. The Vault Dweller had eliminated immediate existential threats through destroying super mutant transformation program, but the underlying problems of resource scarcity, political fragmentation, and mutual distrust between communities remained to be addressed through patient work that would not produce dramatic victories, but which was essential for long-term civilization building. The educational mission of preserving pre-war knowledge, while adapting it to post-war conditions, represented contribution that the Vault Dwellers' Vault background uniquely enabled. The literacy and technical training that Vault education provided exceeded what most wasteland survivors possessed, creating opportunity to teach others and establish schools that would transmit knowledge to future generations. The followers of the apocalypse were already pursuing similar mission, but their resources were limited, and their reach extended to only small fraction of wasteland population. Expanding access to education would require decades of work, but would provide foundation for genuine civilization rather than simple survival. The agricultural development that could transform wastelands' scattered subsistence farming into productive food system represented another area where Vault knowledge could make significant contribution. The hydroponics techniques that sustained Vault populations could be adapted to surface conditions, increasing yields while reducing water consumption in an environment where every drop was precious. The genetic knowledge to develop crop varieties that thrived in contaminated soil and high radiation conditions existed in pre-war research facilities, waiting for someone with sufficient education to find and apply it to wasteland conditions. The medical advances that could reduce mortality and improve quality of life for wasteland survivors represented area where the Vault dwellers' limited medical training could make immediate difference while working toward long-term improvements. The basic sanitation and disease prevention techniques that Vault culture took for granted were unknown or ignored by many wasteland communities, creating unnecessary suffering that could be eliminated through education and simple interventions. The radiation treatment protocols and surgical techniques that Vault Doctor had taught could be shared with wasteland physicians, multiplying the impact through training others who would in turn train more practitioners. The political organizing that could unite scattered settlements into confederation, capable of collective action, represented perhaps the most difficult but most important contribution to Wasteland's future. The settlements were too weak individually to address large-scale problems but lacked trust and communication needed for effective cooperation. The Vault dwellers demonstrated neutrality and success in helping multiple communities, created credibility that could be leveraged into facilitating negotiations and building institutions that would outlast any individual leader's tenure. The new California Republic that would eventually emerge was still years away from formation, but the groundwork could begin with establishing trade agreements and mutual defense pacts between existing settlements. The choice that the exiled Vault dweller faced was not which path to follow, but recognition that all these paths were necessary and that one person could contribute to all of them over time without being limited to single role or community. The wasteland needed warriors to fight threats and builders to establish communities and teachers to spread knowledge and diplomats to facilitate cooperation and healers to reduce suffering. The transformation from Vault dweller to wasteland hero had demonstrated capability to excel in multiple roles as circumstances required, suggesting that the future would involve continued adaptation and growth rather than settling into single comfortable identity. The walk away from Vault 13 continued toward the horizon where the afternoon sun was beginning its descent toward evening, painting the wasteland in shades of gold and orange that made even the harsh landscape beautiful for those who took time to appreciate it. The road ahead was long and uncertain, full of dangers and opportunities that could not be predicted or prepared for in advance. But the person walking that road was no longer the innocent Vault dweller who had emerged months earlier seeking only to find a water chip. That person had been transformed by experience into someone capable of facing whatever challenges the wasteland offered, someone whose story was just beginning, even as one chapter ended with exile from the only home they had ever known. The wasteland needed heroes, and heroes needed purpose. The Vault dweller had both the capability to make difference and the freedom to choose how that capability would be applied. The settlements that had been helped would remember and would welcome return visits or permanent residents. The factions that had been impressed would offer opportunities for continued collaboration. The people who had been saved would tell stories that would spread the Vault dwellers' reputation across regions that had never heard their name. The legend was beginning, written not in Vault records but in actions that affected real lives in measurable ways, creating legacy that would outlast the individual who started it. The future was unwritten and the possibilities were endless. The Vault dweller walked into that future with confidence born from experience. with skills developed through necessity, with knowledge gained through exploration, and with purpose forged through confronting threats that endangered everyone who lived in the wasteland's harsh beauty. The journey that had begun with simple mission to save one community had evolved into commitment to help rebuild civilization from the ashes of the old world, one settlement at a time, one relationship at a time, one choice at a time. The work would never be finished, but it would be meaningful, and for someone who had learned that meaning was more important than comfort, that was enough. And so concludes the first chapter in the Fallout saga, the Vault Dweller's journey from protected Vault citizen to wasteland wanderer, from following orders to making world-changing decisions. In 150 days, one person discovered the truth about pre-war experiments, stopped a threat to all humanity, and earned exile for their trouble. The California wastes would never be the same. Shady Sands would grow into the new California Republic. The Brotherhood would eventually emerge from hiding. The ghouls of Necropolis would find their place in the new world. And the Vault Dweller would found a village called Arroyo, passing down the story to their descendants. But those are tales for another night. For now, rest easy knowing that even in the darkest timeline, even after nuclear fire consumed the world, humanity found a way to survive, to rebuild, to hope. The wasteland is harsh, but it is not empty. Communities endure, heroes rise, and the future, however uncertain, continues. Sleep well, wanderer. The Vault Dweller's watch has ended, but the wasteland's story has only begun.